Mr. Ashley, you're not audible. We can't hear you.
Recording case number CC67/2020, State versus CL, for 3 hours.
As the court pleases, my lord, the appearances are still the same for the state.
As court pleases for justice, the appearance is still the same for accused 1 to 4.
As the court pleases, my lord, I confirm the appearances on behalf of the accused number 5, Mshololo initials that. As the court pleases.
My lord, firstly, we apologize profusely for the late start. It was occasioned by the fact that the affidavit of the current witness had to be typed overnight, and we only received them at 10 o'clock, my lord, and we had to make copies and try to sort them out. We have compiled a bundle for the court that we ask leave to hand them up. We also compiled a bundle for the witness and for the defense. And secondly, we have updated the list of exhibits. We also beg leave, my lord, to hand up that list. It's with the secretary.
Just trying to hand this up, but Mr. Thomas done this well. I'm told Mr. Tobane doesn't want, prefers that we don't, they are not handed in now. I don't know what the reason is. Are they not going to be dealt with now?
Well, I'm not sure what his plan is. I thought the agreement was to facilitate reference to the statements that they should rather be typed.
Mr. Tobane, what's the reason you don't want me to see the...
Your Lordship, it's not the state case as yet. I think it's the defense case. The issue of the state typing those statements, there was no consultation with the attorneys for accused 1 to 4. I don't know with regard to accused number 5. The reason being, the state's setting a trap for me whereby I'll go through the statements again, then I'll repeat myself. I think it's better we stick to the original statements which are commissioned. These statements are not commissioned. I don't know what is left out or what is not left out. Hence, it is difficult for us to peruse them as they are today because they are abundant. With regard to the exhibit, is something else, Your Lordship, because the exhibit shows the same original statements which are before the witness. I don't want to keep on repeating myself, because if it happens in this fashion, I will repeat myself because I'll have to go through those statements to check if they are the same. It's better we just stick with the...
Advocate Baloyi?
As the court pleases, obviously the originals will be used as a point of reference, but there's no harm. They are available. If anyone wants to have reference to them, they can do so. If the originals are perhaps not legible enough.
Well, I think for his comfort, let them wait
as the court pleases.
as long as there shall not be any cross-examination that hinges on them.
As the court pleases. But we'll request that the updated list of exhibits this be handed up, my lord.
Okay.
We have tried to incorporate all the exhibits, starting with exhibit AAA, exhibits AA up to AA6.
Yes.
We've incorporated from exhibit C, my lord, up until the current exhibit, which is exhibit O. Thank you, my lord.
Yes. Mr. Madlala, you are reminded that you are still under oath.
Usakhunjuzwa bakumadala ukuthi usebenza kwesifungo. Oath confirmed, my lord.
And without meaning to sound any negativity, remember, when you are confronted with a question, don't send the question back. Remember what we spoke about yesterday.
Understood, my lord.
Yes?
Thank you, Your Lordship. If I may proceed. Sir, I will start where I ended yesterday. You recall when you did confirm that you dragged the deceased to the car, correct?
Ngizoqala ngigcine khona izolo. Uyakhumbula ke uqinisekisa ukuthi yena ke umufi nena mdonsa nimise lapha emotweni. Not that we were dragging him, but then we put him inside the car.
You want me to use the word pulling him. You pulled, as you said, you're pulling him to the car.
Ufuna ngisebenzise le gama lokudonsa njengoba ngisebenzisa le gama ukuthi ngidonsele emotweni. No.
You remember when you said, you mentioned the word he was lucky with his soccer career, correct?
Uyakhumbula ukhipha le gama lokuthi uye wakhuluma ukuthi ube nenhlanhla ke nge-soccer career yakhe lebizo lakhe lebhola. Njalo. That is correct.
I put it to you as a parallel from what you said. You were jealous of him, of his soccer career, including the fact that you told the court that you did say you dragged or pulled him to the car. He was leaning behind you. You could not lift him because he was heavy.
Kulana lempendulo yakho iwayinika ngifuna ukutshela ukuthi ke bomdlela umona nomuntu omfela umona ngenxa ukuphumelela kwakhe ukudlala kwakhe ibhola futhi okwesibili ngifuna ukusho ukuthi ke ushilo wena ukuthi ke benimhudula nomdonsa nimisa lapha emotweni futhi ke bekanqikela kuwe niyena ahlule ukuthi nimphakamise ngokuba bekasila. That is not correct.
Yesterday, I heard you saying the defense of accused 1 to 4 is wasting the court's time. Suddenly, on that note, you are able to talk about time. Don't you find it funny?
Ngizolo ngikuzokhuluma ukuthi lo mmeli kamangalo oqala ufuna kwesini umosha isikhathi senkantolo kodwa ke ngize sengiwena sokhuluma indaba yesikhathi so awutholi lokho ukuthi kufani.
I'm totally fine.
I don't find it funny.
I put it to that it is the state that is wasting the court's time because in its heads of argument, the state during the bail application told the bail court that it need to charge you people who were in the house with the deceased. They need to charge you with something.
Ngifuna ukukutshela ukuthi abashushisi noma umbuso omosha lesikhathi salenkantolo ngokuba ngesikhathi sesicelo sebail.
I really don't understand what the question is or what the purpose of the question is. We will object to the question.
Where are you going, Mr.
I'm going to the point that this witness told the court that the defense of 1 to 4 wastes the court's time.
You want him to rule on whether they are wasting time or not?
I don't want him to rule. It's a parallel to what he told the court. The court never made the ruling on that. I don't want him to make a ruling. He's not the court.
That's why I'm asking you, because how will he be able to determine whether time is being wasted or not?
Yeah, exactly my point. Then maybe the Honorable Court should have done that yesterday to him. What I'm trying to say is that it's not the defense of 1 to 4 who's wasting the court's time, but it's the state. The state, in its affidavit during bail application, they told the bail court that they're still investigating this case, whereas this case is before the court for trial.
Mr. Madlala, do you want to answer that one?
Uyafuna ukuphendula lo mbuzo oqhama kummeli akamanga lo qala kwesini.
Yebo ngawuphendula.
Yes, I can answer that question.
Answer.
Phendula ke Nkosi yami.
Izathu ukuthi ngisho lokho bengikushiswa ukuthi sileke sibuyela embuzweni owodwa ngaso sonke isikhathi.
Okay. The reason for me saying that is that we kept on going back to the same question at all times.
As a court, please.
Yes.
Do you think that, are you lucky?
Uqanga ukuthi unenhlanhla wena.
Angizazi.
Once again, the question is so vague, and secondly, really, we object to, we don't see the purpose of this question.
But what is happening, Mr. Dwyer?
Your Lordship, it is the state allowed the witness to mention that someone was lucky. That is the state that brought character evidence upon themselves, upon the witness.
You cannot coin a question, do you think? What does it solicit? It solicits his opinion.
Are you lucky, sir?
Angizazi.
Even myself, I don't know about it.
Please answer through the interpreter, don't rush.
Uyaqala ukuthi uphendule usebenzisa ke utolika ngisho ungasheshi ke uphendule ungakezwe ukuthi utolika uthini ngisho.
Xola kule ndawo.
I apologize on that part.
From where you were picked up by the deceased, where did you go?
Kusuka lapho umufi akuthethe khona yena yakuphi?
Siqale kwenye indawo. If I'm not mistaken, ibizwa ukuthi kwaKwembo or something because bengiqala yona sathenga khona.
We first started at a certain place. I think it's called Kwembu because it was for the first time I went to that place.
What's the name of the place?
Kwembu.
Kwembo.
Kwembu.
May this word be spelled?
Yeah. Okay.
Baba Madlala, you must spell it. Uthi libhalwa kanjani nje Nkosi yami?
I can try. It's KWEMBU. KWEMBU. KWEMBU.
Can you write it? Can you write it?
Yes.
Yeah, ngicela uyibhale Nkosi yami sikwazi unikeza inkosi enkantolo. Awuyibhale kahle laphansi.
No. They should see it. Or if, Mr. Interpreter, if you announce the spelling from what you see, instead of him bringing it before they all see it.
As the court pleases, my lord. What the witness just wrote down is Kwembu. KWEMBU.
Oh, so the initial qua is just a prefix.
That's correct, in fact.
Yes.
Sir, I put it to you that the reason why you mentioned using a lift is because you must have used a bus. The reason why you don't talk about the bus because there is records on the bus to show what time you left KZN. I'm putting to you.
Ngifuna ukutshela ukuthi kungani wena usho ukuthi usebenzisa lift kahle kahle wena usebenzisa ibhasi. Isizathu sokuthi ukhulume ngemoto ke ungasebenzisi ibhasi ukuthi ke kunama records la akhomba ukuthi kahle kahle ke usuke esikhatsini le eKZN.
Akukho lokho akushoyo kwamanga kulona iqiniso.
What you are saying is a lie. There's no truth in that.
Furthermore, I put it to you that you might have been in Johannesburg vicinity when you went to meet Senzo because you mentioned something about Park Station.
Ngifuna ukutshela ukuthi futhi ungenza ukuthi bawukhona la eGoli ngesikhathi ke uyodibana naye uSenzo ngokuthi ukhulume ngokunye ukhuluma ngayi Park Station.
Kwamanga labo kunabo ufakazi engabaletha bazosho ukuthi abangibona ngigibele abantu bengikhaphile. Nala isadlula khona futhi ngemoto bangibona.
That's a lie. I've got witnesses who can come and attest to that, and those who can say that who had accompanied me and those who have seen me around that place.
Because when the court inquired further, if there was Park Station in Durban, then you retracted the mention of the word Park Station.
Isizathu ukuthi ke uma inkosi yenkantolo iqhubeka ibuza umbuzo ukuthi ingabe ikhona yini iPark Station khona le eThekwini wase wena ke lo mbuzo uyawuhoqisa ke ubuyisele mina.
Anguhoqisanga bengenza ukuthi ngizingayicorrecta futhi khona izomathi Durban Station. I think Durban Station.
Okay.
Anguhoqisanga.
I did not retract it. I even corrected myself that I made a mistake. That is Durban Station.
So the records, we can play the record. You never said you made mistake. You just said Durban Station. You said Durban Station after the court asked you if there was Park Station in Durban.
Azange ikhotho likhona lingakhomba ukuthi azange usho ukuthi wena wenze iphutha wena ke ngokuthi ke ngesikhathi ukukhuluma ngayo eDurban Station ke lokho kuqhamuke ngemva ukuthi ke inkosi yenkantolo ibe yalandelela ngombuzo ukuthi ingabe ikhona iPark Station eDurban nami.
Yeah, ngiyakuzwa ukuthi uthini.
I do follow what you are saying.
The reason why I'm busy on this point is because it is highly impossible for you to travel those less than 6 hours from Durban to Johannesburg.
Isizathu sokuthi ngisho lokho akukhonakala ukuthi ke ungahamba ke utravel lama hour amancane less than 6 hours uqhamuke eThekwini uzofikela eGoli.
Mangaka ma-hour ukuthi angi-understand mangaka ma-hour asho angaze ngibale ukuthi ngihamba ama-hour mangakhi uyongibalelile mangakhi.
Then that is difficult for me because I did not mention hours that I traveled. You are the one who mentioned the issue of the hours. So how many hours did I travel?
I don't mind us to take some steps backwards. I will do that. Remember when you said you were at the station, you were approached by a lady trying to get people to go into her car.
Uyakhumbula ngesikhathi usestation uthi ke kuye kweza lo wesifazane afuna abantu ukuthi bangene emotweni yakhe.
Yeah, ngiyakhumbula.
I do recall.
And you also recall when the court inquired further, you said the buses, there was no 9 o'clock bus, correct?
Uyakhumbula futhi inkosi yenkantolo meyiqhubeka ikubuza umbuzo uthe wena ke ibus lika 9 belingekho.
Yes.
That's correct.
When that lady approached you, the 9 o'clock buses were gone already or they were not yet gone?
Ngesikhathi lo wesifazane eza kuwe ke lamabhasi ka9 besekasukile ahambile noma beyangakasuki.
Beselihambile.
It has already left.
According to you, after how long they have left when you arrived?
Kuya ngawe ke
When you asked around?
bekuyisikhathi sini silihambile lebhasi ngesikhathi sokubuza wena.
Angeke ngibe sure ngesikhathi because nawo amabhasi ayaba late. So angeke ngibe nesure ngesikhathi la sesingesikhathi esingakanani nihambile.
I cannot be certain about the time it has disembarked because sometimes those buses, sometimes they do become late.
Okay, fair enough. And you told the court that you refused when the lady approached you first time, correct?
Uye watshela enkantolo ukuthi ngesikhathi lo wesifazane eza kokuqala aqela uye wala.
Yes.
That's correct.
I hope this one you remember, say. After how long she came back to you and you agreed.
Then kube ngemva kwesikhathi singakanani makaphinda abuyela kuwe ngesikhathi sovuma ke wena.
Nokube yimi engibuye kuye ngoba sengibona abanye abantu bethatha abanye abantu bafaka emotweni. So ila ngimbelieve khona ngase ngiyakuyeka.
It's myself who approached her after seeing other persons going to the car.
After how long you approached him
Ngemva kwesikhathi singakanani uye kuye?
or approached her?
I
I did not notice a time as to after how long.
You have a phone with you, sir?
Uphethe phone go?
Yeah.
Yes.
What time did you leave the place you are residing to come to the court today? What time did you leave?
Usuke esikhatsini endaweni la ohlala khona umozala enkantolo namuhla.
I'm not sure but they go shout 10 because abantu bangilanda ngo-10.
Okay. I'm not sure about the exact time, but it was about to be 10 because those people who come and fetch me usually they come at 10.
Can you estimate, since you started to testify now, for how long is it?
Ungalinganisa ukuthi siloku uqalile ukufakaza unika ufakazi bakho sekuyisikhathi singanani?
Now, yes, not today.
Kula la iboxini.
15 minutes, 15 to 20 minutes.
15 to 20 minutes.
You are good. But other times you can't. But this one can get it right. It's amazing, not so?
Ezinye ikhatha ukwazi ukuzithola kahle ma lesi ukwazi ukuzibamba kahle lesikhathi akumangazi lokho.
Akungimangazi because into eyenzeka manje. Into eyenzeka manje nenzeka kudala ifana.
It's not amazing to me because this is happening currently. So something that happens now and something that happened in the past, they are not the same.
No, the point that you left today where you're staying to come to court is happening today.
Le ndaba ukuthi usuke esikhatsini la ohlala khona uza la enkantolo iyenzeke namuhla.
Yes, yenzeke.
Yes, it happened today.
So you're not sure what time was that?
Akuqiniseka ukuthi bekuyisikhatsini.
Angisho bayangifonela mangisendlini. Then mase ngithatha into zami ngehla. Angiqala ngibheke isikhathi.
Isn't that they phone me when I'm inside the house, then I took my belongings, I'm going down. So I don't look at the time.
Check your phone.
Bheka iphone yakho.
Ngibheke ifoni yami.
Yes,
Must I check my phone?
the time they phoned you.
Ngesikhathi bakufone yakho.
Once again, what is the purpose of this examination? We have also made it clear that there are security issues around this witness, and we submit that this line of questioning might compromise his security. We object to that line of cross-examination.
Your Lordship, there's no way to compromise his safety. He's got this phone on his own. He can just look at the time. And
It can.
if I may finish, Your Lordship,
It sends an idea about what time is picked and what time is
if
not.
the court allows me to finish.
No, I'm not allowing you to repeat. I'm saying it can.
No, I'm not repeating, Your Lordship.
That question is not going to answer.
No, I'm not saying he must answer the question. I'm replying to the objection. For whether he answers the question is something else. The court will make a ruling. Let me finish my submission to the state.
No need to finish it. Go to another question.
The Lordship is detecting to me now.
Yes.
I can't. It's not procedural for the court for me. I want to reply.
I am saying go to another question.
No, I'm not going to another question. I'm not asking him to answer the
And if
question.
you don't have another question, sit down.
No.
You are not going to answer.
Your Lordship, you cannot tell me to sit down. Your Lordship,
If you don't have another question,
who said that I don't have another question?
yeah, then ask another question.
Your Lordship? Your Lordship?
Don't do that to me. What are you doing to me?
I'm saying, Your Lordship, I'm trying to answer to I want to
Why
reply.
must you repeat it?
Yes, I have a reason
What
why.
conduct is that?
I'm saying, Your Lordship, I want to reply.
Why
May
must
the
you-
court allow me to reply?
Yeah.
Thank you, Your Lordship. I'm not asking the question, I'm replying to the state.
Yes, I'm saying don't reply. I'm saying go to another question.
Maybe maybe my sergeant I request adjournment. I request adjournment
For what?
for T, then we'll have a way forward with the clients and my colleagues on the matter.
That's agenda for T.
Thank you, Your Lordship.
Malloy, where's the witness?
Mr. Malta, but he's in the I think he's just outside.
Mr. Madlala, you still under oath?
Usephansi kwesifungo Baba Madlala ne?
Yeah.
Oath confirm, my lord.
Proceed.
Your Justice, in order for me not to make a mistake in future, may Honorable Lordship provide reasons as to why I must not reply to the state, or, for better words, I must not address the state. I was replying to the state, and then after I replied to the state, the Honorable Court will make a judgment whether I must proceed with the questioning or not. Hence, I was trying to say, Lordship, I just wanted to reply to the state.
The most profound reason is that it will be a waste of time. That's the most profound reason. You ask the question which prompts the witness to give away his times of leaving and coming. And the state objected. Other than the state objecting, I also have authority to rule out that question. And I have ruled out that question. You want to answer on something that the state said on a point that has a ruling on it. What is it? Is it a post-mortem of that question?
I didn't hear the Lordship ruling. I heard the Lordship say I must sit down if I don't have a question.
I said you are not going to answer that question. I have ruled that you are not going to answer that question. And maybe also that we don't have problems in future. You seem to have a problem when I make a ruling. I don't know whom you think is presiding in this case.
I don't have a problem with
Each time, why are you talking when I'm still talking?
Don't have a problem
Why
with the
are
Lordship
you talking when I'm
make
still
a
talking? Why are you talking when I'm still talking? Each time I make a ruling, you must make some row about it, which only wastes the time. And I was very clear to you. I said, ask another question. And I'm not going to give any other reasons other than what I told you. I don't want us to dwell. You want the prosecutor now to come and explain why he objected, which again alludes to how the witness moves. And I have ruled, and I'm ruling now. We are no longer going to revisit that question. We are not going to compromise the security of anyone in this case. It's a ruling, and we are not going to debate it further. And if you can help it, if you can, because I doubt if you can, avoid arguing with me when I've made a ruling. If you can, I hope you will find the ability not to argue with me if I've made a ruling. If I've made a ruling which is very wrong, even at law, you have options. You are a lawyer. You know what to do if a ruling comes out which is wrong. But I don't know whom you want to show off to, that whenever a ruling is made, you must go cocky and against the ruling of the court. And I think that is not the way a lawyer should behave in court.
Your Lordship, I'm saying,
I've said we are no longer going to debate this issue. Ask the following question.
May I proceed?
Yes.
Sir, where is Senzo Meyiwa's cell phone? Because his photos must have been found on his cell phone.
I-cell phone yakasenzo iphi ukuthi ngithemba ukuthi ithombe zakho fanele ukuthi zitholakale kuyo i-cell phone yakho?
Angiyazi ukuthi kuphi.
I don't know where it is.
But you agree that the photos you provided to 1010 films were taken from his cell phone?
Uyavuma ukuthi ithombe lezo sinikezwe ni-1010 films zitholakale kuyi-phone yakhe?
Manga la ngifuna.
It's a lie. I deny that.
I put it to you that Senzo's parent received 250,000 for his photos in the documentary. So how much did you receive?
Ngifuna ukukutshela ukuthi umzali kaSenzo uthole 250,000 kuyo le documentary, wena ke uthole malini?
Ichazile le mali zona. Angazi fanele ngibuyele kuyo futhi again. Ngiyengayichaza le mali.
I explained the issue about money yesterday. I don't know if I should return back to it again today.
Sir, are you sure that the deceased was shot in the house? Because how possible is it that such a small facial cloth can hold blood of a bleeding person, especially since the blood came out more during the car passing by the arms?
Uqinisekile ukuthi yena umufu udutshulwe endlini. Kwenza kanjani ukuthi yona le ndwangu encane kangaka le uyikhuluma ukuthi ngiyokuso ke ingakwazi ukuthi ibambe igazi ke ukuthi lingaphumi kuye noma imoto izidlula lapha emahambisini?
Le ndwangu ayifuna ngathina ilethe umuntu. Eyiletha ukuthi emotweni ukuthi sivale ngayo.
Okay. This cloth was not asked for by us, but it was brought over by somebody to the car so that we could press the wound with it.
That was not the question. How possible is that such a small facial cloth can hold blood of a bleeding person, more especially since the blood came out more during the car, inside the car when you were passing the humps?
Umbuzo uthi inkosi yami ke khona kanjani ukuthi le ndwangu encane kangaka njengoba uthi i-face cloth ikwazi ukuthi ivimbe igazi lomuntu opha kangaka kakhulukazi ngaphakathi kwemoto uma imoto le isidlula lapha emahambisini?
I think lo mbuzo ngamela ubhekise kumuntu owalethe indwangu hayi kumina because akumina ngilethe indwangu.
I think that question should be directed to the person who brought over this cloth because I'm not the one who brought it.
Sir, I put it to you, you are evasive, you don't want to answer the question. You are the one who told the court that you were with Senzo at the back seat of the car.
Ngifuna ukutshela ukuthi awufuni ukuphendula lo mbuzo nkosi yami ngokuthi ngotshelele enkantolo ukuthi bonayo uSenzo wena lapha eback seatini yemoto.
Yebo benginayo uSenzo. Indwangu njengoba ngisho ukuthi ithawula lalethe umuntu. So mangizobuzwa ngithawula lingazange lilethwe yimina angazi ukuthi ngizophendula ngithini lokho.
That's correct. I was with him. However, I'm saying that this face cloth was not brought over by me, so it was brought over by somebody else. So if I'm asked about this cloth, how I'm going to answer it?
From your answer, I'm going to draw an inference, which I'm going to put it to you, meaning that you never had the cloth with you when you were with Senzo in the car. If you had the cloth, you should be able to answer this question I'm asking you.
Kusuka ke lempendulo yakho ngizokutshela ke mina ukuthi indwangu beyingekho emotweni ngesikhathi unoSenzo ukuthi uma bukhona indwangu phakathi emotweni lo mbuzo bozokwazi ukuthi uphendule kahle nje.
Hayi ayikhona indwangu. Angithi mina ngisemotweni ayikhona indwangu.
There was a cloth inside the car. I'm the one who saw us inside the motor vehicle.
May you please answer the question? How possible is it that such a small facial cloth can hold blood of a bleeding person, especially since the blood came out more during in the car when you were passing the humps with the car?
Pendula kumbuzo ukuthi ke kuza kanjani ukuthi le ndwangu encane ikwazi ukuvimba igazi lomuntu opha kangaka kakhulukazi uma le moto ke angaphakathi kwayo uma iseyidlula lapha emahambisini ke sekopha kakhulu le ndwangu ivale kanjani igazi?
Indaba le ndwangu le ithanda kuba inkulu because njengoba ngisho ukuthi umuntu uma angazi ukuthi indwangu engakanani evala igazi mina. So mhlambe wena uyazi angazi ukuthi indwangu engakanani ekwazi ukubamba igazi. So if umuntu anginika indwangu ethi angivale ngayo la ngenze njani kwafanele ngithini ngikhale ngesize or ngikhale ngithini because angazi usize ongakanani ovala igazi.
This issue of a cloth, it seems as if it's It's something that's going to get bigger because I don't know, I mean, the size of the cloth that is required to can press and stop this blood from coming out. Because if a person gives you a cloth that you should use to press and cover the blood from coming out, I mean, you don't look for a size, so I don't know anything about the size.
For the sake of not wasting time, I'll conclude that you don't want to answer the question I asked you, and the court will draw inference on that.
Lala ukuthi singamoshi isikhathi ke ngizawusho ukuthi ke wena ke awufuni ke ukuphendula lo mbuzo engikubuza wona, and then inkosi yenkantolo ke yona ke izawudra inference namhlanje izawubheka ukuthi yona ithatha yiphi indlela ngalo kwala kwakho ukuphendula umbuzo.
Angali ukuphendula umbuzo ngiyawuphendula hayi ukuthi ngiyazi mhlambe yena ufuna ngiphendule ngendlela efuna uya angali ukuphendula umbuzo.
I'm not refusing to answer your question, I'm answering your question. Maybe you want me to answer the question the way in which you like it to be answered.
Sir, I don't want you to answer the question the way I want. You remember, you're not answering to me, you're answering to the court, you're assisting the court. Let me ask you this question. Did Senzo's blood spill on you?
Lalela ke nkosi yami awuphendula imibuzo uqondisekile ngisho wena unqedza inkantolo ukuthi ikwazi ukutholisisa ukuthi kwenzakaleni. Ithi ngikubuze nawe ke umbuzo. Ingabe ke igazi lakhe umufu Senzo liye laqhithekela yini kuwe na?
Yebo, belikhona ama stains igazi.
Yes, there were blood stains.
So it's very difficult for you to answer the previous question I asked you.
Kukhona ukuthi uphendule umbuzo engikubuza wena ngaphambilini.
Ngiyawuphendula nje umbuzo ufuna nguphendule kanjani mhlawumbe?
I'm answering that question. How do you want me to answer it?
Sir, on the day of the incident, you were limping, correct? Because you had crashes, you were limping, correct?
Ngelanga lesehlakalo nkosi yami boqhugeza ngisho bohamba ngama crutches kunjani?
Yebo ngihamba ngama crutches.
That's correct.
How could it be possible for you to carry Senzo while you were on crashes
Ukhona kanjani ukuthi ukwazi ke
or limping?
ukuguga nosenzo ngokuthi bohamba ngama crutches noma boqhuga?
Ngingachaza ukuthi ngangilimele emnweni lo mkhulu. So angilenzwa. Ngangilimele umnweni wakale.
Ishe enyaweni.
Yeah, umunwe lo mkhulu. Yeah, yiwo olimele. Hayi ukuthi unyawo lo kuqala.
As I've already explained that not the whole feet was injured, only the left two. So I don't stand balancing on my toes.
Do you remember your answer? I didn't ask you where you were injured. I asked you were limping and you said, correct, I was limping. That was your answer. I don't mind where you were injured. The fact of the question is you were limping. Do you agree?
Uyavuma ke angimind ukuthi bowulimele kuphi noma bowulimele kanjani mara okusemqoka ukuthi bowuqhuka. Siyezwana uyavuma kuloko? Yes.
Even the following day you were still limping, correct?
Futhi nesukwini elilandelayo besoloko uqhuka kunjani?
Yebo.
That's correct.
When you testified about the house, the scene in the house, as you want the court to believe what to say, did you say you were not sure if there was light in the house? Did you say that?
Uma ke ukhuluma ngeisini noma la kwenzeka khona lesigameko phakathi endlini utshelele inkantolo ukuthi ke bengana ama light ngaphakathi.
There was no light.
Bengana
Not ama lights. There was no
bengekho
light.
light ngaphakathi.
Angikaze ngisho ukuthi engekho light. Ngathi anginakanga light ayikhanya wena engakhanya ngaze ngithi ayingekho.
I did not say that there was no light. However, I said that I did not notice if the light was on or what.
Listen to my question. I'm saying, I agree with you. Listen to the question, and then it will be simple to wrap up. Did you say you were not sure if there was any light in the house? It's what you said.
Lala kahle umbuzo uzokwazi ukuphendula Nkosi yami ukuthi uye wakhuluma ukuthi awusisho ukuthi belikhona ilight na endlini.
Nakhona lapha ngiyathanda ukudideka. Wangibuza ukuthi kwakukhanya noma kwangakhanyi. Ngasho ngithi kwakune light or ayingekho light.
Even there, I'm getting confused because you only asked about illumination if there was illumination inside the house. You did not ask if there was a light or there was no light inside the house.
Okay, let me move on. How was the visibility in the house?
Isimo sokubonakala ke bekunjani ngendlini ngaphakathi? I-visibility.
Nabekubonakala.
It was visible.
Was there any light that was switched on, or there was anything that brought the brightness, the visibility?
Likhona ilight ke belikhanyisiwe noma ikhona into beyiletha umkhanyo ngaphakathi?
Ngiyacabanga ukuthi ikhona because nane TV yayi-on futhi.
I think so, because even the TV set was on.
Where was the TV? In the dining, correct?
Bekuphi TV bese dining?
Yes.
That's correct.
And you were in the dine when you alleged that you saw someone by the door, correct?
In the dining, you mean in the dining room?
If I may rephrase, you said you were in the dine when you saw someone standing by the entrance door in the kitchen, correct?
Uthi kubonga phakathi edining ngesikhathi ubona omunye umuntu amela phakathi ngaku entrance door kitchen.
Angeke umbone umuntu usedining engena ku-entrance door yase-kitchen akubonakali.
You can't see a person if you're inside the dining room when a person enters through the entrance door of the kitchen. It's not visible.
It is correct that the house was an open plan between the dine and the kitchen.
Kuyiqiniso ukuthi le ndlu le sikhuluma ngayo bekuyi-open plan phakathi kwayo i-kitchen ne-dining room.
Understand umbuzo open plan kanjani?
I don't understand your question. Open plan in what way?
Let's say, for instance, where you're sitting is the kitchen, where I'm standing is the dine, and there's no hall dividing the two.
Ngichaza ukuthi asithi la uhleli khona se-kitchen mina la ngime khona yena ummeli kuse-dining room, so alikho ibonda elisithako.
Ya mongena e-kitchen likhona ubondo lika-right lelo livala ukuthi mawungale e-dining ungabona. I think if inezinto ey'mpahla ey'ngala amakhabethe or something elivalile ukuthi mawungale e-dining ungaboni ngala e-kitchen.
Yes, if you enter through the kitchen door, there is a wall on the right which makes it difficult so that we can see things which are inside the dining room. I mean, there are cupboards on the other side.
I think I think amakhabethe or something evalile la.
Ngiyo lamakhabethe akhavile asibona.
Avalile awukwazi ukubona ngala.
Lamakhabethe avalile ibona.
Yes, ungadala ukubondo lapha ngathi kunamanimpahla amakhabethe evalile la.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think that actually there's no wall. I mean, this furniture is the one that is making this wall covering so that you cannot see on the other side.
When you saw the deceased, where were you standing? When he was at the kitchen door, as you allege.
Come again with the question.
Okay, thank you, sir. When you saw the deceased inside the whole house, whilst you were standing at the door, as you allege, where were you standing?
Ngesikhathi ke ubona umufa emile lapha ke ngasemnyango lapha endlini wena bewume kuphi?
Bengisuka e-dining emiyami ukuphuma ngomnyango.
Okay, I was moving from the dining room. My aim was to exit through the door.
Exit which door?
Uphume umuphi umnyango?
Lo akhuluma ngampela.
The door that you are referring to.
Sir, I'm asking you which door?
Umuphi
Can you
umnyango?
mention the name of the door?
The kitchen door.
Can you show the distance with this court? How far were you from the door when you were in the dine?
So ungalinganisa usebenzisela enkantolo ukuthi ke bowubude kana nomnyango lo ngesikhathi use dining room. Mhlawumbe ungathi labo uhleli khona kuse dining room lo mnyango lapha kume khona ummeli noma lapha kume khona uhleli khona inkosi enkantolo noma lemuva le.
Ngilinganisa i-distance ngisuka from e-dining or
Asithi la wena labo ukhona njengamanje use dining labo ukhona ngisho. Then lo mnyango wekhishi bozabe ukuthi ukuphi. Asithi mhlambe uma uqhathanisa le distance suka la uhleli khona kuya lapha kummeli noma enkosini enkantolo noma kunobhala lo wenkantolo. Ungalinganisa ngomunye nomunye umuntu.
mhlawumbe kusuka la ngiyakufowethu.
The distance that is estimated by the witness, my lord, from where the witness is seated in the witness stand to where the court registrar is seated.
And when you were standing, you were moving, or you were standing, or you were about to move?
I'm sorry, just one. May this distance be paced, Your Worship, so my Lord, so that we can confirm that distance.
Okay.
Thank you, my Lord.
Can someone pace it up?
Interpreter can pace the distance. Police officers, court orderlies,
I think it's 5 to 6 meters.
let's just not estimate, can we just pace the distance?
Yeah, from Mobile is open city, the steps from, yeah. Yeah, still close.
Announce it. How many paces?
Kima hapa magaipa.
8.
Yeah?
So, where were you standing? There was already friction in the house, correct?
La bume khona bese vele sekuthoma kune friction inohlanga hlangana lapha endlini kunjani?
bese kuliwa endlini yabo bese because mina ngisuke edining ngizosama ukuphuma ne so njobe ngiphuma ile ngabona khona usenze bambane nayo umsolo umbambe isandla emncikisa udumo ngasenyango wasekitchen.
Okay. Yes, I can answer by saying yes, because when I left from the dining room, going towards the door, yes, Senzo was holding or grabbing the hand, as the witness demonstrated, the upper hand of the intruder against the wall.
I'm not gonna try to disrespect the official of the court, but I had to mentioning there was a fight. When you started, before explaining, you mentioned that something about the fight, correct?
Ngaphambi kokuba siqhubekela phambili hayi ukuthi ngizobhekela phansi ke usebenzwa la enkantolo. Inkulumo yakho iqala ngokuthi ukhuluma ngokuthi bekukhona impi.
Yes, bekuliwe endlini yabo.
Yes, there was a fight inside the house. As the court pleases, I've already mentioned that yes, I can agree that there was a friction.
I
meaning
put
that
it
there
to
was
you
a fight.
that a fight and the alleged robbery, there are two different things. You're talking about a fight now. There was a fight.
Ngifuna ukusho ukuthi ke irobbery nayo ifight ukulwa into ezi-two ezihlukile. Kwamanje wena ukhuluma ngale mpi the fight.
Yes, angidla abantu abangena bagcina sebeshawa endlini.
Yes, because the intruders, the people who came inside, they ended up being beaten inside the house.
And according to what you're telling the court now, the scene was active.
Kuya ngendlela ukuchazela ngakhona ke inkantolo ke isimo sakhona ngesikhathi leso beyisimo esenzeka kube active.
Active kanjela mhlawumbe.
Active in what way?
There was movement of the scene. It was active. I don't want to go back to the other way, but it was active. The scene.
Angifuna ukuphindele emuva kusho ngamagama isimo besenzeka ngesikhathi leso ke si active ngamanye amagama lapha endlini.
Yeah,
Senzo Madlala, I think it alludes to a moving scene, a scene which is not static, which is moving.
Yeah, kube khona lokho kube khona after kungenile abantu abayi2 the trail yaqale khona ke.
Yes, my lord, that happened after the two intruders came inside the house.
You know, I never asked you the scene was active when other people entered or what happened. But now, however, I put it to you because you're proactive in this instance. I put it to you that there were no people who entered the house. There was fighting between the people who were in the house after Longwetola entered the house because he was not happy with the fact that the deceased had a relationship with his girlfriend and also with his sister, Kelly Kumar. Hey, sister.
Ngifuna ukukutshela ukuthi njengoba wena songihambele ngaphambili ke abekho abantu abayibangena endlini kahle kahle bekunempi ngaphakathi endlini kibo labantu bebasendlini lapho ngemva ukuthi yena ulongothwala angenile wayengajajisanga indaba yokuthi ke yena ke umufi wayenobudlelwane kanye nomuntu wakhe futhi kanye nodadewabo. Ungaphendula uthini?
Angazi noma Mr. Thobani something ngiyakuthanda ukuba la ngikhona.
I don't know if Mr. Thobani really think that I appreciate it to be where I am.
Sir, I'm gonna now this time tell you you are disrespectful towards the defense of 1 to 4. How many times I told you you don't answer the question to the legal representative, you answer the question to the court to assist the court.
Ngifuna ukutshela ukuthi ke wena sobonisa ukuswela inhlonipho kuye ummeli womangalo oqala fela kwesine kungangakhi ngitshela ukuthi ke mawuphendula umbuzo ungawuphendula uqondise kimi njengommeli kodwa ke uqondise enkosini yenkantolo ukuncedisa inkantolo.
Ngiyakuzwa lo but le ukuthi abekho abantu abangena amanga lawo.
I do hear that,
Amanga lawo.
but the fact that there were no intruders who came in, that is a lie.
I further put it to you, when you mentioned the issue of furniture, you started with the issue of the hall and you retracted the issue of the hall between the dining and the kitchen. Then you mentioned the issue of the furniture. It's news to us because the first witness, Sergeant Meyiwa, never mentioned anything about furnitures between the dining and the kitchen or the hall for that matter.
Lala-ke ngifuna ukutshela kule ndaba yakho yofinisha osoyikhuluma manje ke ukuthi uqale wakhuluma ngebonda ke manje soyishintsha inkulumo ngokuthi ufakazi lo oqala oweza wanika ufakazi la enkantolo uSergeant Meyiwa ke azange akhulume ukuthi la likhona ubonda noma ifinisha le beyihlukanisa ke yona ikitchen ne dining room. Lokho kuyindaba ezintsha kithi njengoba sokhuluma wena.
Ngicabanga ukuthi icourt inazo izithombe zaleyo nto. So
zani
zale yonke indlu le mhlambe ngakholwa mangisho njalo mawuthi uyangiphikisa ukuthi khona leyo nto lo Mr. Meyiwa Tumelo.
Okay, I believe that the court does have photos of that house. Maybe you believe when you see them, and then Mr. Meyiwa, it's Mr. Meyiwa, and then this is Tumelo.
I'm going to put the version of the accused before the court. You don't have to, if you don't know anything, you don't have to comment, just to say no comment or don't know anything. You're not forced to comment, but I'm going to put the version.
Ngizokutshela inkulumo yaba labasola noma abangena phambi kwenkantolo. So then awuphoqelele ukuthi ungaphendula noma uphawule. Uma ungazi lutho ungasho ukuthi cha awuphawuli lapha awucomment. Ngiyangizwa baba. I do follow.
My instructions are that accused number 1, when he was arrested, the police took pictures of him and he was assaulted.
Umangalo oqala uthena ngesikhathi ke aboshwa ke amaphoyisa amthatha ithombe waseke uya assault uyashaya.
Then he was joined with 2 Buthelezi brothers who were also accused of commission of this alleged offense.
Uthi ke waseke ajoyinwa naba ilamane ezimbili noma abobhuti ababili bakwaButhelezi nabo ke abasolwa ngalo leli qala le.
Despite the fact that the Buthelezi brothers were already in prison.
Kungabhekwa ibanga lokuthi noma iphuzu lokuthi bona le lamanza kwaButhelezi besevele zisejele.
That's my instructions.
Yiyo ke instruction eqhamuka kibo laba sola noma abamangalayo.
bengayazi leyo but assaultwa angingeni kakhulu kuyo because akubona bodwa ba-assaultiwe.
I did not know about that. As for this issue of assault, I won't dwell too much on it because they are not the only ones who were assaulted.
Very interesting. Who was also assaulted? You?
Ubani futhi omunye washayo nguwe?
Admin.
No.
Who
not
was
myself.
assaulted?
Ubani washayo?
Umtho.
That's
Mthokozisi.
Mthokozisi.
Who assaulted Mthokozisi?
Ubani washayo Mthokozisi?
The police?
ngasho ukuthi ama-security amaphoyisa because naye mhlawumbe umuntu osazothola ithuba lokuza la uzozichazela nangokwakhe but umuntu wamthatha wamisa lapho ubuthelisi
Okay.
wamshiya nabantu abamshaya.
I think it's the security of the police, but the person who took him there, it's Buthelezi, and then he left him there, and then he was assaulted.
Accused number 1 was arrested at in the location where he stays, in the place of his residence, in the location.
Umangalo wokuqala waboshwa elokishini la ahlala khona.
As per my instructions.
Yilo nto ayisho ke umangalo wokuqala.
Angazi ngalokho mhlawumbe ama-investigators ngalo mina angazi ukuthi ngaleyo.
I don't know anything about that. Maybe the investigators know.
Then was taken to a certain spot. As you mentioned that Mthokozisi was assaulted. He was taken also to that spot and assaulted.
Wathathwa wayiswa kwenye indawo ke njengoba usho ukuthi naye uMthokozisi uyashaya wafika wayiswa lapho washaya wakhe.
At the Lethabong municipality offices.
Kuthiwa lapho selethabong ema-office kamasipala
In Tembisa.
eThembisa.
Thereafter, he was taken to a certain police station where he met the lead investigating officer in this case, Beninda.
Uthi ngemva kwalokho wathathwa wayiswa ke estation esithile samaphoyisa la adibene khona nomphenyi ohamba ngaphambili kuleli qala leli noKeninda.
In the midst of everything, one of the Buthelezi brothers passed on.
Uthi kiyo lonke lesikhathi kwenzeka khona lapho omunye waleyilamani zakwaButhelezi wase ashona.
My instructions are that accused number 1, he didn't know all other accused. He is with them today in this matter.
And inkulumo eqhubeka phambili ukuthi umangalo wokuqala ke bonke labamangala noma labasola nabo kuleli qala leli akabazi.
And he never seen them before
And
until
azange ababone
they
lapha.
appeared in court. It
Kuze
was first
kufike
time he saw them.
ngesikhathi avele enkantolo ke uqala ukubabona kuqala enkantolo. Umangalo wokuqala. Ithi ngiphinde futhi ukuthi umangalo wokuqala uthi ke yena ke laba asolwa nabo noma aboshwe nabo wayengabazi azange ababone kwasemqobo uqala ukubabona ngesikhathi avela enkantolo uyangizwisisa baba phendula nkusana
Phela mina angihlangene nokuthi bayazana angimkhombanga lokuqala nami ngimkhombile so angikuthi bayazana or abazana akufuni mina lokho.
Okay. What I can say, my lord, is that myself, I'm not involved in the issue if they knew each other or not. And then again, I did not point out accused number 1. Then the witness says that he pointed to the second one.
After being assaulted at Lethabong municipality, after he met Keninda, as per my instructions, he was taken, the police took him to Soweto.
Uyaqhubeka lo mangalo wokuqala uthi ngemva ukuthi ke asuswe lapha ema-ofisini kamasipala la waselethabong eThembisa ke ayiswe lapha e-police station adibana nomphenyi ongaphambili uKeninda base bemthatha ke bamisa eSoweto yena umangalo wokuqala ungalahleki ungaduka ngisho sikhuluma ngomangalo wokuqala la.
From Soweto, he was taken to Valeria police station, which is here in Pretoria, as per my instructions.
Uthi kusuka eSoweto base bemeletha la ePretoria Valeria police station. Umangalo wokuqala phela uqoqa le ndaba ngisho inkosi yami.
Mina yini engihlanganisa nomangalelo wokuqala.
What is it that makes me to meet up with accused number 1?
Remember when I started, I said to you, it's up to you to comment. If you don't want to comment, you don't have to comment. But I mean, if you comment in that way, I'll give you a question in a form of answer. You might not be happy with it. You are sitting in the box today, you are a state witness. Is it correct?
Lala ke mfowethu khumbula masiqala le nkulumo sinawo ngithe mina ke mangizobeka le nkulumo ezibeka labasola noma umangalo ngithe kuwe kuphuma kuwe ukuthi ke kukhona okuphawulwako noma awuphawuli inkosi yami ngizwisisa kahle ne and then okukhona uzoyenza ukuthi ngikhulume into engeke ukuthi ke ihlale kahle kuwe ngokuthi namhlanje nguwena la ebooksini phela nguwena ongufakazi angisho
yebo hayi witness boss ngiyayazi
yes I do know the witness stand
into ukuthi ngikhuluma kanje la ngoba ngingahloniphi lo muntu oqala ngimazi angifuna ukukhuluma ngaye because angimazi
Mr. Madlala, yeah, you don't know how these things pan out. What is happening now is that the defense is putting the version of the defense onto the record before court, and he will be relating events according to the version of the defense. So it is not for you, it is not because you are presumed to know people or to know the story. Okay. You listen to the version as it is relayed. If you have a comment, you will comment. If you don't know, you will say, I don't know about that.
Okay.
So that will be fast.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. So nothing is saying you know whoever. It is the story, let me use the word, it is the story of the defense being related before court.
uzile nkosi yami njengoba sesiqhazelile ukuthi awuphoqelwa ukuthi ke uPaul nje seyinkulumo le lethwa ngummeli kamangalo oqala kufikela kwesine aqhaza indaba yabo uyangizwisisa hayi ukuthi ke le ndaba iqhumanisa nokuthi ukhona wena omaziki ngaphakathi kwabo uyangizwisisa ngamanye amagama ke uma ukhona ufuna ukukuphawula ungaphawula uma ungafisa ukuphawula ungamanje nje uzithulele nje njengoba inkosi enkantolo sichaza nje seyistory nje sichaza ummeli wakamangalo oqala kufikela kwesine uma uthanda ngwazithulele nje ulalele kuze singamoshi isikhathi.
Mr. Tobani.
I apologize, Mr. Tobani.
Thank you for intervention, Your Lordship. After from Valeria in the morning was taken to Foslorus, where he was assaulted. From there, he was taken to Plum Ridge, where the police said they were looking for Inyanga.
Uthi kusuka lapha eFlaria ke police station base bamthatha bamisa eForce then eForce kula afike ashaywa khona ngemva kwalokho wayiswe ePalm Ridge lapha ePalm Ridge kula amaphoyisa afike khona athi afunane nenyanga ngisho nkosi yami sikhuluma ngomangalo oqala ngisho
The Inyanga, according to my instructions, the police told the accused number one that after Senzo was killed, the alleged perpetrators went to that Inyanga.
Then ke lo mangalo uthi ke uye watshela ukuthi ngemva ukuthi usenza kulewe labenzi besenzo leyo bayebahamba baye enyangeni.
And they told the accused that he knows that.
Before you proceed, can we agree that the word Inyanga refers to a traditional healer in the general sense? Mr. Baloi, Advocate Musolo.
Indeed, my lord, we will consider.
Your Lordship, if I may just seek clarity from the court, because when I consulted, I did say traditional healer, and the client said not using that word, instructions is Inyanga.
Yes, yeah.
So I don't know the
That
difference.
is,
Yes, Your Lordship.
I'm clarifying because it's not everyone who knows what that word means.
Thank you.
But for their purposes, it's Inyanga. We don't have a problem with that.
Thank you. My instructions are the accused told them he didn't know the Inyanga, and then they took his cell phone. searched in, sorry sir, it's fine.
Can I interpret it?
Yes.
Uthi ke yena ke lo mango lo yabatshela ukuthi akayazi inyanga nobase bathatha uselfoni wakhe.
That's when they took the phone and searched it, went through the numbers and found the number of his own inyanga in Soweto.
Uthi ke base bathatha lo makhalekhukhwini wakhe base bamsearch ke la bathole khona inamba yenyanga yakhe na ihamba kule Soweto.
After they found that number, the younger they went first in Palm Ridge, told them he doesn't know anything about this incident, and the police drove with the accused to Soweto to look for that inyanga on his number.
Then yon linyanga yasiziyela ke la no la Palm Ridge ithona yazilutho ngalento ke amaphoyisa ahamba naye le mangalelo base bashona naye le eSoweto bayofuna yona lenyanga le.
When they found the younger by the name of Dlamini,
Kula kutholakala khona inyanga ibizwa ukuthi uNdlamini.
then the younger Dlamini told them he didn't know anything about the incident.
Lenyanga lokuthiwa uNdlamini yabatshela ukuthi yena yazilutho ngalesehlakalo esesenzekele.
However, as per my instructions, accused number 1 and that Dlamini, Inyanga Dlamini knew each other, but the incident that led to the deceased doesn't know anything about it.
Instructions sesehlile cha ayikho into yakhomathana lokho.
That's when they took Dlamini and put him in police cells in Soweto. After they asked him questions, then they took him and locked him in a police station in Jimiston.
Uthi ngesikhathi lesike bamthatha ke uNdlamini bamisa bamfaka emaseli namaphoyisa lapho eSoweto bambuza imibuzo ngemva kwalokho bamisa kwenye police station lapho.
Then from there the police took, as per my instructions, took the accused to Pretoria in Valeria police station.
Then ke yena umangalo wasethathwa alethwa la ePretoria la eFloria police station eValeria.
Then on Wednesday, they took the accused to Alberton. They were taking him to Kelly's place and pictures of him were taken.
Ngemva kwesuku elilandela kubamisa eAlberton la ahlala khona uKelly kwase kuthathwa ithombe lapho.
Your Lordship, may I quickly approach accused number 1? Your Lordship? Thank you. Thank you, Your Lordship. Just to finalize the version of the accused number 1, to make one correction.
You say he was taken where for photographing?
Alberton, by Kelly's place, as per my instructions.
Yes.
My instructions, Your Lordship, was that the Inyanga Dlamini is the one who was in Palm Ridge. the one the police put him in the cells, and the one in Soweto is not Dlamini, but they know each other. Him and the accused know each other. That's where my instructions is to say he was taken to Kelly's place and pictures of him were taken.
So the Inyanga that was taken for questioning, is not Dlamini?
No, it's Dlamini, but it's not the one from Soweto. It's in Palm Ridge.
And Dlamini is from where?
Palm Ridge.
Yes. Yes.
Accused, the version of the accused number 2, as per my instructions, is as follows.
Sesiyakubanga lwesibili Nkosi yami ne. La inkulumo la isondaza la enkantolo iversion yakhe inkulumo la isondaza asikhulumela ngayo.
Accused number 2 was arrested whilst he was at his place of residence in the vicinity of his employment in Rustenburg.
Uthi yena uboshwe la kade ahlala ngakhona la asebenzela ngakhona eRustenburg.
Again, the issue of assault and torture come up again, as you also mentioned, Mtokozi was assaulted.
Indaba yokushaya nokuthoshara iyaqhamuka futhi njengoba uye waveza ukuthi naye Mthokozi usushayiwe.
My instructions are that accused was tortured and assaulted in order for him to make a confession in this matter.
Then ke inkulumo yakho uthi washaya wasethoshiwa ukuthi ke ayenze confession leliqala lelikodwa yena uye wakwala lokho. Sikhuluma ngomangalo wesibili sesisukile ku number 1 angisho baba sesikhuluma ngo number 2 uthi yena maqaqele kahle uthi yena ngesikhathi aboshwa uboshwe la ahlala ngakhona endaweni labeka asebenzela khona eRustenburg ngizwisa kahle okwesibili indaba yokushaywa noma iassault netorture iyaqhamuka kafuthi ngokuthi wena wathi naye Umthokozisi noma uMthoko washaya ngisho uthi ke yena ke isizathu sokuthi ashaywe athoshariswe ukuthi ke bekaphoqelwa ukuthi enze iconfession kuleli qala le
yena number 2
ngisho number 2
akungamele azashawe uzoshawelana ngoba ngikhona ngiyambona mina ngangikhona endlini uzoshawelana nama even after 20 years ngisangamkhomba futhi wayekhona endlini uyile besilwana nosenzo
he was not supposed to be assaulted because I saw him he was present inside the house. In fact, he's the one that myself and Senzo were fighting against.
Even after 30 years,
even after 20 years or 30 years, I can still be able to point him out. I don't doubt that one.
Sir, you're taking us backwards now. I put it to you that you only managed to point accused number 2 because you were shown his photos and you also saw him on media. You could not identify him. You could not even participate in the ID parade.
Ungibuyisele emuva ngithi mina unumber 2 kwazi nje ukuthi umkhombe ngokuthi ke uye wabona ithombe zakhe futhi umbona ku media futhi uye wahlule ukuthi umkhombe wena.
Ngikhuluma amanga ngimkhombe ngase ngimbona vele angaze ngimbone vele ngangayiswa ngi-ID parade ukhuluma amanga makhuluma kanjalo.
Then if you are saying so you are telling
ukhuluma amanga
you are lying.
If bengisiwe ID parade ekhona bengizomkhomba.
If I was taken to the ID parade, if he was present, I was going to point him out.
Sir, I put it to you that you are not honest to the court. You remember when you testified, you said Senzo was standing at the door with the alleged perpetrator. You never said you were fighting the perpetrator with the deceased. Now you're giving a new version.
The witness has always been consistent that there was a scuffle between the deceased and the second assailant, and that he also joined in. I think he said he assaulted the assailant with a fist. It's on record.
Yes?
Sir, remember when you said when the incident started, you ran into the bedroom and locked yourself in. Am I correct?
Uyakhumbula utheni kuqala kwenzeka lesehlakalo uyobalekela ekamereni wafika wasivalela ngaphakathi. Ngabe ngikhuluma iqiniso?
Ukhuluma iqiniso. Ngingena ekamereni ngoba nakuseqhuma isibhamu.
That's correct. What you are saying is correct. I went to the bedroom because a shot rang.
And when did you come out?
Uphume nini?
Because according to what you want us to believe, you said you came out because it was quiet.
So uphume nini njengoba wena ufuna ukuthi usikholwe uthi uphume ngesikhathi sekuthulile sequiet.
Yebo, because ngezomtho abantu bekhala endlini. Then ngathi ngiyavula isicaba sangavuleka. Ngavulela umthokozisi ngespoon, wathatha ispoon wangivula ngespoon leyo bedroom leyo.
Yes, I heard people crying inside the house. Then I tried opening the door. The door could not open. The door was opened for me by Mtogozisi using a spoon.
I put it to you as per my instructions that despite the accused number 2 being promised money, will not take the fall. As he was told to say other accused are the ones who committed offense. He refused to that. He refused to make a confession. He refused the money, as per my instructions.
Ngifuna ukukutshela ukuthi le instruction eqhamuka kumangalo wesibili ithini. Ungilalela kahle Tumelo. Uthi nalokho bamthembise imali ukuthi yena ke akhuluma ukuthi labanye abasolwa ngibo abayenzele leqala leli uwalile nalokho babe nezithembiso kuye ukuthi bazomnika imali nalokho bamphoqela ukuthi ayenze i-confession uye wala umangalo wesibili.
Angikwazi lokho ke mina.
I don't know about
Kushiwo
that.
yimina kodwa ngithi wayekhona endlini. Nandi ngisho wayekhona endlini nawe uyazi.
So what I'm saying is that he was present inside the house. I even reiterate that even now that he was present inside the house, he even knows that.
Lokho khokhelana imali angikwazi. Because angaze ngikhokhele. Angiyazi lekhokhelana imali kodwa yena wayekhona endlini.
About this one of monies being paid or promises, I don't know anything because I was not there, but he was present inside the house.
My instructions are that the accused knocked off on the morning of Saturday, 25 October 2014, and he left for KZN because he was going to pay lobola for his wife.
Inkulumo ekhulunywa nguye ke umangalala wesibili baba. Uthi ke yena ke emsebenzini la beyasebenza khona umangalala wesibili angisho. Ushayise ngomgqibelo nge-25 zika October enyakeni ka-2014. Aqonde khona le 25 October 25 2014 albangise khona eKZN ngokuba wayokhokha ilobolo for intombi yakhe. Uyangizwa baba?
Hawu. Hayi bo. Hayi sikuzwa ngaye lokho.
Are we just hearing it from him?
On the day of the alleged incident whereby Senzo Meyiwa was fatally wounded, the accused number 2, as per my instructions, was in his hometown in KZN.
Ngelanga leli uSenzo alinyazwa ngalo ahlasela ngalo yena lo mangalo sibili kuya ngeinstruction ayinikeza ummeli wakhe yena bakale ekubo.
Hawu. Angiyiqala ke le instruction yakhe mina. Mina kho instruction ngiyamtshela wayekhona ngcono naye ukhona naye wayekhona endlini. Angikho instruction ngitshela yena ukhona endlini.
There's no instruction that I'm giving. I'm saying to him he was present inside the house. I'm telling him he was present inside the house.
During that time
Yes.
of the alleged incident, he spent the whole week in KZN as per my instructions. Even the police took bank statements of Capitec from him to show that he was in KZN when he made transactions withdrawing money from his account.
Uthi ke ngeviki lesehlakalo lolo viki lonke bekale ngakubo yena ke namaphoyisa ezathatha ama bank statement kuye wayebhanki leli Capitec ukhomba ukuthi ngempela bayangale ngakubo akhipha izimali enza ama transactions for lo msebenzi wakhe.
Mhlawumbe into ezosiza ukuthi alethe ufakazi yena ke noma ngokhozi manje lento ayikhuluma yonke into engekho story nje asikanda.
Maybe what will assist is for him to bring forward the evidence, because what he's saying does not exist. It's just a fabrication, a story that he fabricates.
I further put it to you that the police are in possession of his bank statements that show where he was. However, the police cannot use them in this case because it will destroy the state case.
Ngifuna ukutshela ukuthi amaphoyisa ayiphethe le statement zebhanki ezichaza ukuthi bheka kuphi, kodwa amaphoyisa angeke azisebenzise le statement la ngokuba ngempela nangazisebenzisa icala leli livezwa umbuso alingamosheka.
Hayi mina ngiyaqala leyo ngiyafisa ukuba yena nabantu bakholelwe mina. Ngoba unamanga ayikho leyo nto ayishoyo. Ayikho akalethi ufakazi sibone. Angaqamba amanga kwi-court yena.
That is new to me. Let him produce evidence so that we can see about it.
Sikhuluma ngento esiyibona angaqamba mama. Sikhuluma ngento esiyibona.
So that we can speak about something that we see. He must just come and lie to us, always lying to us.
Sir, I further put it to you that even as per my instructions, his telephone records will show where he was on the alleged day of the incident.
Uthi futhi ke nama cell phone records wakhe azakhomba ukuthi ngelanga lesehlakalo bheka kuphi yena.
Kulungile abawalethe enkantolo sifuna ukubona konke lokho.
Yes, let them be brought forward before this honorable court so that we can see everything.
I'm going to put to you the version of accused number 3.
Sesiyahamba ke manje bhuti wami siya ku number 3 asekho ku number 2 ne. Siya ku accused number 3.
My instructions are that accused number 3, when he was arrested in July 2020, he was in custody for another matter.
Uthi uma ngalo start ngesikhathi aboshwa ngenyanga kaJuly nyaka ka 2020 bevela aboshiwe asesitokisini kwelinye iqala.
When the investigating officer approached him and asked him that he wants to take him his fingerprints,
Ngilesikhathi lesuku umphenyi weqala eza kuye athi ke ufuna uthatha ke ama fingerprints wakhe.
the police officers also took his pictures.
Namaphoyisa kanje lathatha nezithombe zakhe.
After he agreed that his fingerprints were taken, that is when the investigating officer took out the photo of the deceased and told him that he is now charging him for the murder of the soccer star.
Ngemva ukuthi avuma ukuthi imino yakhe ithathu kulokho kumphenyi akhipha isithombe sakhe umufi asemtshela ukuthi umthwesa iqala lokushona kwakhe umuntu odumile isoccer star.
By that time, the accused was in Johannesburg's Sun City prison.
Ngesikhathi lesona umsolwa wesithathu bekagcina esitokisini se-Johannesburg Sun City prison.
The lead investigating officer in this matter, Kindinda, there was no identity parade with regard to him in regard to this matter, and he was with a lady when they charged him. They took photos of him, took measurements of him, took off all his clothes to check for tattoos.
Uthi ke umphenyi waleqala leli ke yena ke uGeninda azange ube ne-ID parade eyenziwa mayelana naye okhona kwathatha ithombe zakhe wasekhunisha impahla kubhekwa amathathu phela ke emzimbeni wakhe.
The head of the prison was not present, and it was around 4 p.m.
Then umphathi wejele noma head of prison bakangekho then beyinkathi zakabu 4.
Which prison is it?
Johannesburg prison, the justice is known as Sun City. Hence, we argued that this matter, it was taken from Johannesburg jurisdiction to Pretoria jurisdiction. And we still maintain that in that sense, he was kidnapped from Johannesburg prison to Kosimampo maximum prison.
Yes.
They took his DNA end of June or early July.
Base bathatha i-DNA yakhe makuphela inyanga kaJune noma semaqala leya kaJuly.
They did not tell him why they are doing all of this.
Azange bamchazele ukuthi kungani benza konke lokho abakwenza kuye.
When they took the DNA,
Ngesikhathi bathatha ulibofuzo noma yona i-DNA,
that is when before they will charge him. That is when before they will charge him. When they took the DNA, they only said they're going to compare fingerprints with other sins.
ngesikhathi ke bathatha le DNA bathi bayocomparisha ama fingerprints nokunye.
When he was charged about this the murder of soccer star, the accused told the IO that he doesn't know him or doesn't know who he was, referring to the soccer star.
Ngesikhathi bamthwesa icala ngaye lo mdlalo webhola udumile uye watshela umphenyi wecala ukuthi akamazi futhi akazi lutho ngaye lo mdlali.
And he never came across him before.
Futhi akazange adibane nangaphambilini.
And the IO insisted to him, say, look properly.
Then ke lo mphenyi wecala wasatshenzela amtshela athi hey bhekisisa kahle.
My further instructions are that when they arrested him, the lead investigating officer with his colleague, they were told him that there was a case they were investigating.
Uthi ngesikhathi bambopha ke lo mphenyi wecala anozokwabo bamtshela ukuthi ke kuneqala kade baliphenya.
In which there was a shooting between the police and the suspects.
La bathi khona kube khona ukudubulana phakathi kwamaphoyisa nabasolwa.
My further instructions are that they even checked his teeth to check if he had gold. He then showed them and told them that he doesn't have gold.
Uthi futhi bayebabheka amazinyo akhe babheka ukuthi ngabe unalo igold uyabatshela ukuthi akana igolide.
The police kept on showing him the picture. That is when, after a while, he realized that they recognized that person, the deceased, as a soccer player.
Uthi ke amaphoyisa aqhubekela phambili soloko ambonisa sona lesithombe ngemva kwesikhathi ke wakade ngakwazi ukubona ukuthi lo muntu umdlalo webhola.
That's when Keninda told him that they are now charging him with the murder of Senzo Meyiwa.
Ngalesikhathi leso uGinindo wasemtshela lo kade angumphenyo ongaphambili lithi investigator athi bamthwesa iqala ngokushona kwakhe uSenzo Meyiwa.
I further put it to you that accused number 3 never had short threats by the time when the alleged incident happened, according to my instructions.
Ngifuna ukutshela futhi ukuthi ngesikhathi kwenzeka lesehlakalo lesiyena uma ngalawo wesithathu benganawo ama short threats ngesikhathi kwenzeka lesehlakalo baba.
Ngikwazi ke.
I don't know about that.
Ngikwazi kodwa ngazidunywa ngenwe faka isigqoke nama threat.
What I know is that he was wearing a hat and then he had dreads.
The first time you saw the accused, that is when the investigating officer came to you and showed you.
Before we go there, you say what you know is what?
He was wearing a hat and had dreads.
Jacket ungathi caramel.
He was wearing a hat and a jacket.
Caramel jacket, yes.
The witness self-testified, my lord.
Who is he who was wearing? I just missed that point.
Uban lokata kogile.
Ilo wangena phethi spam endlini.
The intruder who came inside the house in possession of a firearm.
Are you referring, which accused are you referring to?
Ukhuluma ngaphi umsolo noma umangalelwa?
Lo akhuluma ngayo Thobani athi Mr. Thobani athi wayengena threat. Because endlini umuntu wangena ne threat uyo wayephethe spam.
The one that Advocate Thobani is referring to, that he did not have any threats because the intruder who came inside the house, he had threats and then is the one who was in possession.
Among
of a
the
firearm.
accused before court, are you referring to any?
Kulaba mangalela laba bakhona lenkantolo ukhona oqondisele inkulumo kuyi. Ukhona umshoyo.
About threats.
Unama threats.
Ukuthi wena Mr. Thobani ikhothi yonke angimbonanga kahle yena lo we threat. Yes, angimbonanga ubuso bonke ngambone efaka isigqoko enama threat, efaka ijacket. Angikhona ngibona ubuso bonke kahle.
Okay. The thing is, my
Umuntu
lord.
angamboni lo umuntu.
Okay. The thing is that, my lord, this intruder, I could not see his face entirely. The only thing that I could see is that this jacket that he was wearing, also the hat that he was wearing, and also the dress. The one that I managed to see clearly is this tall one.
So you are saying among the intruders there was one wearing a hat and who was also sporting dress.
Yes. Yes.
And you did not see that person clearly.
Yes.
And so that even among the accused or within this courtroom, there is nobody you can point to as the one who was sporting a hat and dress.
Angimbonanga kahle ngifuna ngambonanga.
Can you interpret that?
As the court pleases me, lalake nkosi yami. Uqhaza ukuthi ke lo muntu lo wena ngendlela uqhaza ngakhona azange umbone kahle ebusweni, just ubona umuntu bekagqoke isigqoko futhi onama threats and kibo laba bakhona la phakathi kwale nkantolo bangabamangalo nowasela akekho ongakwazi ukumkhomba kibo ukuthi nguye impela lo. Uzwile umbuzo?
Yes, ngikwazi ukuthi ubemfishane. Lizwa ngithi angimbonanga kahle ebusweni yena because ubekaphethe ispam.
Okay.
So bengikhona ukumbuka ngimbuke nje.
As I'm saying, my lord, I could not see him clearly. What I know is that in build he was a bit shorter, and then I could not have looked at him properly because he was in possession of a firearm.
Yes.
The Lordship, let me not take it up the mountain when he's limping already. Let me go straight to the version of accused number 4.
Sesiya ku umangalelwa wesine baba ne?
Yes.
My instructions are that accused number 4 was arrested in prison when the police came and took pictures of him.
Umangalo wesine kuthiwa uboshwe ejele ngesikhathi amaphoyisa eza athatha ithombe zakhe. I don't know him. I've never seen him before.
I just want to finish this sentence and I'll rest my case, Your Lordship. He was arrested after he was firstly approached by a correctional services head who told him that there was someone who said was his sister and asked the officer to look after him as her brother, and he had front gold teeth.
uthi yena uye waboshwa ngemva ukuthi lo mphathi noma umkhulu wamajele oyeweza kuyo wamtshela ukuthi ukhona umuntu kuthiwa udodwa wabo uye wamtshela ukuthi makambheke kushiwo sona lesiboshwa lesi, and then bheka namazinyo lawo wegold ngaphambili.
Accused number 4 told the officer that he doesn't have gold teeth,
Yena
and he
mangalo
never had one before in his life.
Yena
That
lo
is when the officer left. I apologize for that, sir.
uye watshela lo mphathi wejele ke ukuthi yena akanawo lamazinyo egold ngaphambili futhi akazange abe nawo. Ngesikhathi ke lo mphathi wejele noma ke lo ungaphezulu ejele ahamba. Ukhona ufuna ukuphawula ngalokho noma hayi into oyiphawulayo?
Hayi, angikaze ngimbone, njengoba ngisho ukuthi angikaze ngimbone.
I have never seen him before.
No further questions, Your Lordship.
Advocate Nchololo.
My Lord, I think it's supposed to be re-examined by the state.
Do you want to re-examine now?
No, I think after all the cross-examination.
There you are. Are you ready?
My Lord, can we resume after the long adjournment? As the court is.
We'll adjourn for lunch.
usephansi kwesifungo ngisho Nkosi yami. Oath confirm, my lord.
Thank you, my lord. Mr. Madlala? Firstly, I would like to explain the purpose for you to be here in court.
Kokuqala ke ngifuna ukuchaza isizathu sokuthi kungani ube la enkantolo ngisho. Okay.
Is to assist this court, telling this court the truth as to what transpired on the date of incident. Do you understand that?
Kungetha lenkantolo uyitshela iqiniso ukuthi kahle kahle kwenzakalani ngesuku lalesehlakalo. Uyazwisisa lokho? I do.
And when you do that, you do it with respect.
And no wenza lokho kwenza ngenhlonipho.
In court,
Yes, I agree.
in court, we respect the officers of the court.
La enkantolo isebenzi lokuthiwa ma court officials la ngaphakathi siyabahlonipha. Khuluma ngomlomo.
Ngiyabuzwa.
I do follow.
And when you are answering, you are not responding to me, you are responding to the honorable court.
And no uphendula umbuzo ke awuphendula uqondise kimi uphendula ubhekise inkosini yenkantolo ngisho ba. I do understand.
Do you understand that?
Yes, I do.
Let's start with your qualification, Mr. Madlala. What is your highest standard of education?
Asiqale ke ngeziqu zakho ufunde ukufikela kuphi ke?
Angazi noma ku-wrong ngingabusho. Angazi ukuthi kungengaphi ku-case lokho koma.
I don't know if what I'm going to say is wrong because I don't know how this issue of qualifications comes to this case.
Mr. Madlala, as you are sitting there, yours is to give answers. I am putting questions to you.
Njengoba uhleli laba Madlala kwakho ukuthi unike impendulo ummeli nguye obuza imibuzo ngisho. Yes, I do understand.
The questions that I'm putting are not for you to understand, but it's for the court to understand your highest level of education.
Lembuzo engiyibuza akusukuthi wena ngokumele uzise kodwa inkantolo kumele izwisise futhi izwisise nezinga lakho lokuthi ufunde kangakanani.
Ngiyabuzwa lo ngabe ku-wrong yini mangithi anginayo impendulo engayikhipha kulo mbuzo wakho.
I do follow that. However, will it be wrong if I say that I don't have any answer to the question that you are posing to me?
It is wrong because we want to understand your IQ level of understanding, so that when we deal with issues, we are able to understand.
Kuzobe ku-wrong ukuthi silinga ukuthi sithole izinga lokukhalipha kwengqondo yakho noma lokuthiwa i-IQ level ukuthi ke mawuqala uphendule umbuzo sikwazi ukuzwisisa ukuthi ingabe isimo sakho sikanjani. Okay.
And that question is not only asked to you, it's not personal. It's asked to each and every witness who enters the witness box in court.
And lo mbuzo lo awubuzwa nje phela kuwe. Wonke ufakazi ongena la eboxini ozonika ufakazi uyabuzwa lo mbuzo lo.
Even the professors, the police, we ask them their qualifications, knowing very well that they are professors. But before they testify, we need to know the qualifications they possessed.
No professor bayabuzwa lo mbuzo namaphoyisa ngaphambi kokubanikana ngofakazi siyababuza ke ngokufunda noma iziqu zabo ukuthi baphethe iziqu ezinjani noma ziphi.
Ngiyazwakala.
Yes, it's understood.
Okay, thank you. Then you can you now respond to my question to say what is your highest standard of education?
Kwamanje ke ungawuphendula ke lo mbuzo engikubuza wena ukuthi ke ufunde kufika kuliphi isiphi isigaba or standard?
Yeah. Ino-matric ngaphasi matric, ino-matric.
Uno-matric nje kuphela ngicela ukhulumele phezulu ngisho.
Yeah. Ino-matric.
I have matric. I passed only matric.
When did you pass that matric?
Wawuphasa ngamuphi unyaka matriculation matric?
Year 2000.
Witness self-answered saying year 2000.
Are there any qualifications that you have after that?
Zikhona iziqu oziphethe ngemva kwalokho?
Ngabe nginamanga awusizikho.
I'll be lying. No other qualifications?
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Madlala. I see in your statement mostly, it refers to your employment as being employed in one of the schools in Durban. Is that correct?
Ngibona ke masibheka kwi-statement zakho uma kukhulunywa la endabeni yokusebenza ukuthi usebenza kwezinye izikolo lapha eThekwini eDurban kunjalo?
Yebo, iqiniso.
That is correct.
What is your position in that? Are you still employed?
Usasebenza namanje?
Angisasebenzi.
No longer employed?
When last did you work there at that school? I don't want to mention the name.
Ugcine nini ukusebenza kuleso sikolo leso angifuni ukusisho ngegama.
I think March.
This year.
Witness self-answered saying March.
March which year? This year.
Sicela Nkosi yami ukhuluma isiZulu ungakhuluma isiNgisi baba ngisho.
Kulo nyaka.
Yeah.
So, at the time when you were, sorry, my lord, can I proceed, my lord? Oh, thank you. At the time when you were employed at this school in Durban, which position were you holding?
Ngesikhathi ke usebenza kuse lesikole eThekwini iposition uphethe iphi lapha esikoleni?
General worker.
I was just a general worker. Ngicela ukhulumele phezulu Nkosi yami. Irecord likwazi ukuthi likuzwisise manje.
Because you did not have any skill.
Ngokuba bowunganaso iskill.
Yebo, ngasho kanjalo.
Correct, I will say so.
Were you paid every month? Is that correct?
Bohola ngenyanga kunjalo? Yo.
Yebo, kunjalo.
That's correct.
On which date of the month were you being paid?
Bohola ngaliphi isuku enyangeni baba?
Nge-25.
On the 25th?
Okay. On the date of the incident in this matter, the incident took place on the 26th of October. Is that so?
Ngesuku lesehlakalo kuleli qala leli isehlakalo esenzeke nge-26 October kunjalo?
Yebo.
That's correct.
So you had been paid.
Bokhokheliwe.
Mina ngikhumbula kahle yangathi bengikhokheliwe.
Yes, if I recall clearly, yes, I was paid.
I don't want to know how much were you paid, but you had been paid.
Kodwa ngifuna ukwazi ukuthi boholela imali engakanani kodwa bosoholile umholo wakho.
Yeah, bese ngiholile.
Yes.
And Mr. Madlala, you testified that you did not have money to travel to Johannesburg.
Unike ufakazi ukuthi ke ngalosuku lelo bonganamali ukuthi uze ngapha eGoli.
Yes.
Yes.
How possible is that? Because you had just been paid on the 25th and you had to travel to Johannesburg and you are saying you did not have money.
So lokho khona kanjani ngoba uqeda ukuthola uholo lwakho nge-25 kumele uhambe uye eGoli uthi awuna mali.
Yeah, ngaleso sikhathi bengilimela ngithi. Yeah, bengilimele ngaleso sikhathi.
Can you speak?
By that time I was injured. Ngicela ukhulumele phezulu angisho Nkosi yami.
Yes?
Ngaleso sikhathi bengilimele
By that time I was injured.
and angizange ngisho ukuthi abangifakele imali. Senzo wathi akufaka ukuzongifakela imali yena.
Okay. And then I did not ask them to send money for me, but Senzo himself is the one who said that he will send money.
That's what you said in your examination in chief.
Ngikho lokho okushilo ngesikhathi umthuthisi ekubuza umbuzo.
Ngophi umbuzo?
Examination chief lokho umthuthisi nakakubuza imibuzo umphendule. Yiye inkulumo uyikhulume ngesikhathi leso ukukhuluma nomthuthisi.
Sengishuthi angibuza ngophi umbuzo ngemusho.
I mean the state advocate asking me what question?
Okay. I am saying you did not, how come you did not have money to travel to Johannesburg? Because it was on the payday, same day when you had received your salary.
Ngibuze mina ngathi kungani ungabanga nemali yokuthi uze ngapha eGoli ngokuthi leyakho kwenzeke ngesuku lelo oqeda ukuthola uholo lwakho.
Yes.
Yes.
Then you said you did not ask for the money. They voluntarily gave you money to travel to Johannesburg. Is that what you are saying?
Wena uthola uqhaza inkulumo yakho wathi wena azange ubaqale ukuthi bakufakele imali kodwa bona ke ngokuthanda kwabo yibona abathumelele le mali ukuthi ukwazi ukuthatha uhambo.
Yes.
So I'm
That's
saying,
correct.
So now I'm saying when you were being asked in examination in chief by the prosecutor, is that what you said? That you did not ask for the money from Senzo, but he voluntarily gave the money to you.
Manje ngisho njalo kuwe ngithi ke uphendule kanjalo ngesikhathi ke umthuthisi nakakubuza imibuzo nomphendula ukuthi wena azange uqele usenzo imali kodwa yena ngokuthanda kwakhe voluntarily so nguyena ke oye wakuthumela imali.
Yeah, uyena ongifela imali yes.
That's correct.
And you further said in your examination in chief, during your stay here in Johannesburg, you did not have money to go back to Durban. Do you remember that?
Uyakhumbula ukuthi ngesikhathi futhi uphendula umbuzo kumthuthisi uthi ehlani kwakho la eGoli bongana imali ukuthi uphindele emvale eThekwini. Uyakhumbula lokho?
Yes.
Yes.
Ngikhumbula impela.
How come?
Kuza kanjani lokho?
Ngumuntu oneyindleko nami. Ngineyingane more than 6 wabantwana. Nginomndeni at the same time. So ungabi namali akusho ukuthi awunamali like awunamali at all. Imali ayinidingo zayo le ikhona.
Okay. I'm somebody who has got expenses. Besides expenses, I've got children, more than 6, and then I've got a family. So meaning that if I say I did not have money, it doesn't mean that the money did not have any needs that I had to do with it.
And then when you came to Joburg, you relied on Senzo that he will give you transport for money and he will also provide you with accommodation during your stay in Johannesburg. Is that correct?
Mawuzala eGoli ke uye wathembela kuyisenzo ukuthi ke uzokunika imali ukuthi uze ngapha eGoli futhi nemali ukuthi uhlale ngapha eGoli.
Yeah.
That's correct.
And then when Senzo, when the deceased, can you just use the name deceased for the sake of the record? And then when
ngicela sisebenzise igama lokuthi umufi ne ukuthi ukwazi ukuhlala kahle nenkantolo la ngisho ba.
Hayi kiki.
No problem.
when the deceased died, on the same night, you were desperate, you did not have accommodation, correct?
Ngebusuku lobu umufi ashona ngabo ke wena ke bu disparate unganayo indawo yokuhlala accommodation kunjalo.
Ngasho ngithi kunjalo.
I can say yes, it was so.
And the only person who came to your rescue, it was Miss Kelly Kumar.
And umuntu ozile wakuncedisa nguye lo umama uKelly Kumar.
Yeah, ngingasho kanjalo because
Yes, I will say so.
Just be brief, straight to the point.
okay.
Siyaqala ucela kanjalo ummeli ukuthi ke impendulo yakho umane nje uqonde nje ungakhuluma indendende into eshonale.
And when you were desperate, Miss Kelly Kumar offered you an accommodation for that night.
And ngesikhathi ke udisparate ngalobusuku lobo uKelly Kumar lo wakunikeza accommodation for lobusuku lobo.
Yebo ngalala khona.
Yes, I slept over there.
What did you eat? Did you have your own food? Or you relied on Kelly to give you food?
Udleni bowuphethe ukudla kwakho noma bowubheke ku-UK ukuthi akunikeze ukudla?
Bengingakuphethe ukudla.
I didn't have food.
So you relied on her.
So bowuthembele kuye.
Ngingasho kanjalo.
I can say so.
Did she give you food for
What?
that night?
Wakunika ubusuku ukudla ngalobusuku lobo?
Ngidlanga ngalelo busuku zangidla.
On that night I did not eat.
Sagcina ukudla khona ekhabo kwakhe.
Nakho ukudla ekhabo kwakhe.
Yes.
We stopped eating when we were at Kelly's parental home.
Oh, they had also given you food at Kumalo's homestead.
Khona lapha kwaKhumalo bakunikeza ukudla.
Yes, senzele ukudla yes.
Yes, they prepared food for us.
And you enjoyed it.
Then wase ke uenjoy lokudla lapho. Wakudla kamnandi.
Angazi ngokuenjoy ukuthi mhlawumbe uqonda ukuthini kuenjoy. Yini kuenjoy mhlawumbe ngakudla kuenjoy usho ukuthi not enjoy.
I don't understand that part of enjoying. What do you mean?
Maybe it can be interpreted to you.
I beg your pardon?
Maybe it should be interpreted to you.
Lokudla lokho wakudla kamnandi lokudla kwalungisela khona lapha ekhandleni likaKhumalo kuKelly.
Akukho ukudla engakaze ngikudle kamnandi.
There's no food that I have not enjoyed.
And at this time, and in particular, I'm asking about the meal that you were given at Kumalo's homestead shortly before the incident that we're talking about in this court.
Kwamanje ngikubuza ngokudla lokho owanikezwa khona lapha ekibo Kelly ngaphambili ngaphambi kwesehlakalo.
kuyabe sengishuda ukudla engaze ku-enjoy for sure kuyakunika nawe impendulo ngisho ukuthi ku-enjoya konke ukudla engilethelwa khona noma ngikudla ekhaya.
I said that there's no food that I did not enjoy. Even the food that I ate at my home, I enjoyed it. I think that gives you the answer.
So it means you did enjoy that meal.
So kusho ukuthi lokho kudla lokho waku-enjoy.
Yes.
Phendula ngomlomo ba.
Yebo.
That's correct.
Thank you. Let's move on. How long did you stay at Ms. Kelly Khumalo's place after the incident?
Uhlele isikhathi singakanani eside ngemva kwalesehlakalo lapha kaKelly?
Ayisho ngikhumbula isikhathi ngahlala isikhathi nganani but sahlala but isikhathi angikhumbula sahlala isikhathi singakanani.
I don't recall the time I spent at Kelly's place after the incident.
Was it one day? I'm trying to assist your recollection. Was it one day, 2 days, 1 week, or 2 weeks, or a month?
Lala-ke ngaba wahlala isuku elilodwa noma amasuku insuku ezimbili noma iviki elilodwa noma amaviki amabili noma inyanga nje kukukhumbuza emkhumbulweni wakho.
I think kwakuseyintatha. But kwasekuyilunye isuku I think.
No, umbuzo uthi isikhathi owasihlala lapha kaKelly ngemva kwesehlakalo ingabe wahlala isuku elilodwa noma insuku ezimbili noma iviki elilodwa noma amaviki amabili noma inyanga eyodwa kanjalo. Umbuzo usho kanjalo isikhathi osihleli ngemva kwesehlakalo lapha kaKelly.
I think into mayenzeka like namhlanje manje bese ngihamba mhlambe ngabo 1 so sebelunye isuku so ngizothi one day well.
I mean, let me say if something happens right now and then I leave that place after 1, I mean, it will be another day. So I can say after a day.
Okay, sorry, let me rephrase it, Melot. Let me rephrase the question. I did not mean the Kelly mother's homestead. I mean the place wherein you slept at Kelly's house.
Ngicela ulungisa lephutha leli kahle kahle angisho lapha ke ekubuka Kelly ngisho la ulele khona.
Angisho le ngafika Sunday ne yenzeka Sunday then sase siya sasika Kelly then sase siya la bebehlala khona uKelly eintatha. Yes.
La behlala khona kuphi?
Saya khona kubo la behlala khona. I think semambathini. Saya khona after sekuyenzekile incident leyenzeka.
Okay. This incident happened on a Sunday, and then we came to the place. It was on the Sunday, and then in the early hours, then we left to a place where Kelly was staying. I think it's Alberton.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking. How long did you stay at Kelly's place in Alberton?
Yiyo lento engibuza ngo ukuthi lapha kwaKelly eAlberton ke uhleli isikhathi esingakanani khona.
If nginali iphutha I think 3 or 4 days if I'm not mistaken, yeah, 3 or 4 days, yeah.
If I'm not mistaken, my lord, it's 3 to 4 days.
And you were discussing this case with Kelly during your stay in Alberton?
Ngesikhathi ukhona lapha kwaKelly ke Alberton wena naye ke beniqoqa ngalo lolu daba leqala leli.
No, besingaxoxa ngalolu daba because bekufika abantu nje bezendlini nani because uKelly bekabuya evalele ekamereni lakhe aphume ngoba kufika.
No, we are not discussing about this case because people were coming, visiting the house, and sometimes Kelly would lock herself in the bedroom.
So you were not talking to each other for the duration of your stay with Kelly?
So lesikhathi sonke osihleli lapha wena noKelly beningakhulumisana?
Not ukuthi besingakhulumisana. But bengayena umuntu okhuluma njalo because behleze ekhala.
Okay. Not to say that we did not have any conversation, but then she was a person who was always, crying.
When you say there were police that came in and Kelly phoned some other police officers to return those police officers, didn't you discuss this case? Didn't you discuss anything about this case?
Not kumaphoyisa ayafika lena asafona amaphoyisa ukuthi makajike azange nolidiscuss the case leno lolutaba.
No, ngidiscussanga naye.
No, I did not discuss it with her.
At the time when you make your first statement on the 27th of October 2014, Do you remember where you made this statement?
Ngesikhathi wenza istatement sakho sokuqala ke nge-27 zika-October 2014 uyakhumbula ukuthi usenze kuphi le statement?
I think it's a phosphorus.
I think it's at Phosphorus. Ngicela ukhulumele phezulu baba ngisho.
Were you alone when you went to make the statement at the station?
Bohamba wedwa ngesikhathi uhamba uyokwenza le statement lapha e-police station?
No, bengahambi ngedwa.
No, I was not alone.
With whom were you with?
Bohamba nobani?
I think akuyimi umthoko uKelly uZandi.
I think it was myself, Mtogo, Kaylee, and Zandi.
And when you took down this statement, you were together at the station when these statements were taken from you by the police.
Ngesikhathi ke amaphoyisa abhale statement sakho ke beninonke lapha e-police station.
No, bengisingekho sonke.
No, we're not together.
How was it taken, especially from you?
Then kuwe sithethwe kanjani le statement?
Akhona elinye lamaphoyisa bekangibuza imibuzo then phinde abhaleke yena ngaphele ebhala ngambuza abhale.
A police officer was interviewing me, and then that police officer reduced this statement to writing.
And where were the other two at that time?
Labanye ababili ke babakuphi ngesikhathi leso?
Angazi kodwa bebehleli kwenye indawo yina angazi because ngangena ngiwa.
I don't know if they sat at another place because I went in there alone.
When you were going to the police station, were you transported in the same car?
Ngesikhathi uya khona ke e-police station benihamba ngayo imoto eyodwa?
Besihamba ngayo.
Yes.
And didn't you discuss anything about this case?
Azange nixoxisane ngalo liqala?
Asikaze sixoxisane.
No.
Let's move on, Mr. Madlala, to say you were the best friend to the deceased. Is that correct?
Asiqhubekele phambili ke boyi best friend yakhe umufi kunjani?
Yebo kunjalo.
That's correct.
And in this court, you want to give the best for your friend.
And la inkantolo yefakazile bakufuna ukhipha konke for umngani wakho.
Yes kunjalo.
That's correct.
In your examination in chief, correct me if I'm wrong, I heard you saying you do not care about the Meyiwa's family, but you care about the deceased. Did I get that correct?
Angazi ukuthi ngikuzwe kahle ngesikhathi uphendula imibuzo ke examine chief ngesikhathi ukhuluma nomthuthisi ukuthi wena ke kahle kahle ke awunadaba nalabantu baka umndeni lo kaMeyiwa umuntu omkhathalele kakhulu nguye ke lo umngane wakho lo.
Noma ngibe kanjalo into engiyisho ukuthi engikwenzayo ngikwenzela yena ngikwenzela umndeni wakhe ngikwenzela yena.
Let me put it in this way. I'm saying that whatever I'm doing it for the deceased, not for his family.
Yeah.
Did you say that?
Usho kanjalo ngesikhathi uphendula imibuzo kamshushisi?
Noma ngabe ngathi anginandaba nefamily but akuyona into anginandaba.
Umbuzo uthi usho kanjalo ngesikhathi ukhuluma nomshushisi na?
Angisakhulumi ngibeke kanjani but manje ukuthi ngibeke kanjalo nayo iyiyo futhi kanjalo.
I don't recall how I put it, but if I put it like that, then
It's correct.
it's correct in that way.
Very well. The only person you care about is the deceased and not the Meyiwa's family.
So umuntu omkhathalele nguye umufi hayi umndeni wakubo.
Yeah, bengumngane wakhe ya.
Yes, I was his friend.
How is your relationship with the Meyiwa's family?
Then ke ubudlelwano bakho noma relationship yakho nomndeni lo kaMeyiwa benjani?
Benjani before be right before yeah.
It was right before.
And then, what happened?
Kwase kwenzakalani?
Yangabisaba right. Judging bakubona izinto ezenzakalayo.
It was no longer right. I mean, according to things that happened.
Just take your time, explain it to the court. What happened between you and the Meyiwa's family?
Thatha isikhathi sakho Nkosi yami uqhazele enkantolo ukuthi phakathi kwakho nalomndeni kaMeyiwa kwenzakaleni.
Baba khona besenokufika uthatha ngikho endlini. Afike lo muntu engithandana naye amthuke enze
Okay.
yonke. Yeah.
The head of the household, that is the father, will come only to find that I was not present in the house and find the person that I was staying with in the house, and then he will shout and shout. Kubeka?
Yeah. And kwenye incident futhi ngihamba nomfowabo ka Senzo Sfiso. Sihamba ngemoto. Then ngabingelela uma wakhe after siyenzekile le Senzo.
Ngabingelela uma kabani?
Uma ka Senzo. Wangavuma.
Okay. Then another thing that I would like to mention, when we were traveling in a car with the brother of the deceased, that is Sifiso, then I greeted the deceased mother, and then she did not agree.
And you don't know the reason why?
I don't know,
Yeah, ngisazi.
yes, I don't know what was the reason.
Okay, then what else? Is there anything else?
Kukhona futhi okunye?
Akukho.
No, nothing else.
So, as a result of that, you are no longer in good terms with the Senzo Meyiwa's family.
Ngenxa lokho ke ubudlelwano phakathi kwakho nalomndeni kaMeyiwa abusebuhle.
Yeah, ngisho kanjalo.
I can say so.
Do you know what is it that they were accusing you for?
Ungabe uyazi ukuthi bebakusola ngani?
Akaze bangisole.
They never accused me.
Okay, when they come and insult your girlfriend, you know, and when you greeted them, they did not respond, the mother, specifically the mother. Do you know what was the reason behind that? Because for now you are the best friend for the deceased.
Lalle ngabe yazi ukuthi isizathu kuyini benze ngendlela leyo ukuthi beze bathukele intombi yakho uthi unobulisa umama wakhe angavumi. Phela khumbula wena uyi best friend yakhe.
Yeah, ngicabanga ukuthi ibona abanezizathu salokho. Because angiyazi reason why bengavumanga. Because mina ngangihamba nomfowabo still kwenzekile lokho nginankinga.
I think they are the ones who know the reason about that. Myself, I don't have a reason about that because I was always going with his brother with no problems.
Is it not because they were accusing you for not revealing the truth about this case?
Hayi ukuthi bebakusola ukuthi awuvezi iqiniso ngaleli qala.
Ngiyaphinda futhi ngiyasho angazi angazi ukuthi babengi-accuse mina.
I want to repeat, I don't know if they had accused me.
Let's move on. Now, you're traveling to Devon. It is, or before my lord, can I just rephrase this question? Don't you find it strange that you, as the best friend of the deceased, but you are not in good terms with the deceased family?
Azangithola ukuthi kuyamangaza lokho wena uyi best friend kaMufi kodwa ke ubudlelwano bakho na umndeni wakibo Mufi bobungasi kahle.
Anginazi impendulo zalapho ukuthi why babayenza kanjalo lento abayenza anginazi impendulo zalapho babeyiswa yini yiba abazi hayi.
I don't have answers as to why they were conducting themselves in that manner. They are the ones who know about it.
But it shows that they are bitter with you.
Mara kubonisa ukuthi cha bajabule nesi ngawo.
Yeah, angasho kanjalo.
I can say so.
Don't worry, we'll find the truth. Why the deceased family is bitter about you and you call yourself as a best friend of the deceased.
Sizoluthola iqiniso ukuthi kungani laba bekibo Mufi ke bangajabuli ngawo yize wena uthi ke ungumngane ophumelele noma i-best friend yakhe uMufi.
Okay, akulungile.
Okay, that's fine.
When you went to the Durban station to board the bus, had you bought the ticket at that time?
Ngesikhathi uya lapha Durban station ke uthi uyogibela ibus walithenga iticket la?
Cha bengalithini.
No.
How are you going to get the bus without buying a ticket?
Bozo gibela kanjani ebhasini ke ungakathenga iticket?
Uyakwazi ngisho ukulithenga khona lapha.
You can buy it right there.
Oh, okay. Then now you alighted in Johannesburg and then you went to Kwembu.
Then wasuhlika ke la eGoli Johannesburg kwayiwa lapha eKwembu.
Kwembu store, it was at Kwembu store, Kwembu Tavern.
Tavern.
Kwembu's Tavern.
Did you consume any liquor there?
Uye waphuza utshwala khona lapha.
No, sithengile saya endlini ngaphuza endlini.
We bought alcohol, then we went to the house. Then yes, I consumed it in the house.
When you arrived at the house, how many people consumed liquor?
Manifika lapha endlini bangakho abantu abaphuza utshwala.
Bekuyimi uMthokozisi, uZandi, noKelly. Yeah.
It was myself, Mthokozisi, Zandi and Kelly,
No Senzo. Yeah, no Senzo.
and also Senzo.
So you were all,
Ben Pelele.
Yeah, sonke lesasimotweni yes.
All of us who were inside the car,
you were all consuming liquor.
Ben Puzutwala.
Yes.
That's correct.
And for how long?
Niphuza isikhathi singakanani?
If you can just give an estimate, I'm not asking for the exact time.
Nje uma ungalinganisa Nkosi yami estimation unganikeze exact time ukuthi niphuza isikhathi singakanani.
Yeah, ngikho sure ngesikhathi, angikho sure ngesikhathi, but mhlawumbe mina ngiphuza amakana ayi3 or 4, yeah.
Okay. I'm not sure about the time, but I myself, I have consumed 3 or 4 cans.
Okay, of what?
One lamakan laba,
Heineken.
Heineken.
Okay. And then Kelly?
Then Kelly,
I think bekaphuza Smirnoff Guarana or something, yeah.
I think he was consuming or drinking Smirnoff Guarana or something.
Zandi?
Then Uzandiana,
Smirnoff or what?
Smirnoff Guarana. There's a Smirnoff that they call Guarana, my lord.
And you don't know how many cans she had consumed?
So was good you Kelly uphuza amakana engaki?
You did not count.
Yes.
Yes, I will be lying. I did not notice.
And with all other witnesses, you couldn't count as to how many cans did each witness consume inside the house. Is that correct?
Ngabanye labofakazi bakhona endlini azange ukwazi ukuthi ucount ukuthi baphuza amakana engaki. Kunjalo?
Angizange ngibaba because focus bingekho lapho ukuthi siyabala or something.
Yes, I did not count because the focus was not on that I was counting or doing something.
Yeah, you were just enjoying yourself, including yourself. You couldn't count how many cans of liquor you consumed because you were just enjoying.
Bheka ke benizijabulisa ngisho nawe siqu sakho azange ukwazi ukuthi ubale ukuthi uphuza amakane ayingakho otshwala ngokuthi benijabulisa. Ngizuse kahle.
Yeah, yebo besijabulisa njengoba ngiphuza mhlambe 3 or 4, not more than 4. That is why ngisho kanje.
Yes, we enjoying ourselves. Hence I said that I consumed 3 or 4, not more than 4 cans.
But you did not count. Is that
Mara
so?
zange count. Kunjalo?
Yes, ngizange count.
That's correct. I did not count.
Can be more because you did not count.
Ngenza ukuthi ke lawa phuzile adlula lenani olushilo ngokuthi azange ukuphela count.
Akadlulanga, ngekadlula.
No, they're not above.
And at the time when the incident took place in this matter, when you identified the intruder, you were all drunk inside the house.
Ngesikhathi kwenzeka lesehlakala ngesikhathi ke ukwazi ukuthi u-identify yena leyo umuntu oyewangena endlini ngesilungu bathi intruder beniphuzile nonke ngaphakathi endlini.
Besiphuzile but hayi ukuthi besidakiwe.
Yes, we consumed alcohol, but it doesn't mean that we were drunk.
We can't deny that.
Ngiyakuphikisa lo.
Ngakuphikisa because ngangibona ezinye izinto ezenzayo ube ngangidaywa ngengikubona ukuthi.
I'll deny that because I could see other things that transpired. If I was that drunk, I could not have seen them.
Do you agree with me that at the time when the alleged intruder came inside the house, you were not sober, you were not in your sound and sober senses since you had consumed this liquor?
Uvumelana ukuthi ngesikhathi ke yena lo muntu ohlasela angena lapha endlini ke ngalomzuzu lo ke wena bowungasisoba phela and nasesimeni sakho sengqondo isimo sakho sengqondo besingasisoba uma sensiso waso ngokuthi beniphuze phela utshwala.
Ngisasho namanje ukuthi even though bengiphuza lesalami but bengadakwanga ukuthi angisabona ngibona imihlo.
Okay. I want to reiterate that even though I consumed alcohol, I was not that drunk so that I could not see anything that was happening just in front of me.
I did not say that. I am saying at the time when you recognized the intruder,
Azange ngisho nje ngithi njengoba isikhathi besesihamba uye wakwazi ukuthi umbone lo muntu ongena lapha endlini umhlaseli.
Yes.
Yes.
you were not in your sound and sober senses since you had consumed liquor.
Ngesikhathi ke ubona lo muntu omhlasele ke wena ke bongasisoba
Or
Nkosi
since
yami.
you had consumed alcohol.
ngokuba beseke uphuze utshwala. Uvumelana le nkulumo leyo?
Angivumelanga.
I dispute that.
I'm going to refer you to Exhibit B, if I can be assisted with the photo album of the witness, if we still have it. But if it's not available, my lord, maybe I can just refer the witness because it's only 2 pictures from Exhibit B. Exhibit B of the witness, Junior. Yeah, please. Please just photo. It's photo number 114 and 115 of Exhibit B. Do you see photo 114?
Yes, man, let's see 114.
Yes, yes, ma'am.
Yes, I can see the photo.
Photo 114, my lord, of Exhibit B. 114 of Exhibit B. You see those 2 cans, those are the remaining cans that were discovered by the police or were recovered by the police at the crime scene. You understand?
Uyabona lamakani lawa yiyo la asela athole amaphoyisa la enkundleni la kwenza khona icala yazwisisa.
Yes, yes.
Yes, I do follow.
And all of you inside the house, you had not only consumed 2 cans as depicted in that picture. Is that correct?
And njengoba kubonakala la esithombeni la nonke endini azange ke niphuze kuphela lamakani la njengoba kubonakala esithombeni kunjalo.
You had consumed more than that.
Niphuze ukudlula lapha.
Yeah.
Yes.
And the cans that are depicted there, they are not the true reflection of the empty cans you had consumed inside the house.
Lamakani akhonjwa la esithombeni akusisi isithombo seqiniso sama-cans lawo eniwaphuze lapha phakathi endlini.
Yeah, we can say that.
That's correct.
So it means they had been removed. The cans you had consumed inside the house, they had been removed by the time when the police arrived.
Kusho ukuthi lamakani eniwaphuze lapha endlini ke beseka asusiwe ngesikhathi sekufika amaphoyisa.
Ngingeke ngakuphikisa lokho because thina sahambe uSenzo esibhedlela.
I cannot dispute that because we took Senzo to the hospital.
And akwenzekanga phambi kwami.
Yeah.
And that did not happen just in front of us.
Let's just use the logic and common sense now. These 2, it's not the correct, the true reflection of what you had consumed, all of you inside the house. Let's agree on that.
Asivumelana ukuthi ke le 2 lebonakala esithombeni akusisi isithombe seqiniso samakani lawa enawaphuza ngesikhathi lapha endlini.
Yes.
Yes, that's
And
correct.
And the other cans that you had consumed, they are not reflected on the evidence that has been presented before this court.
Lala ke nkosi yami amanye amakani eniwaphuzile ke akaboniswa kulofakazi obuthulela enkantolo.
So in other words, the police only found these 2 when they arrived at the scene.
Ngamanye amagama
Is it 2?
It's 2, my lord. Can you show us 115 as well?
ngibona kahle nkosi yami.
It's, if I'm not mistaken, it looks like throughout the crime scene, it's only these 2, my lord, that were, but subject to correction, that were discovered by the police.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Do you see that, Mr. Madlala?
Yeah.
Uyakubona lokho engikhuluma ngakho?
Yeah, ngiyakubona.
Yes, I can see.
So, the number of the cans you had consumed is not reflected there.
Inamba yamakani la eniwaphuzile akavezwa la.
Yeah, ngiyabona isithombeni yakho.
Yes, I can see from the photo.
Then can you agree with me on this one? So it means those cans had been removed from the house or from the scene.
Ungavumelana nami kulo liphuzu ukuthi ke lawo makani lawo ke aye asuswa la kwenzeke khona leliqala noma lapha endlini.
Yeah, ngavumelana nawo because angiwabona ngazi ukuthi aphi.
I can agree with you because I cannot see them. I don't know where they are.
And if they had not, if those cans, empty cans, or maybe unused cans, do you know if you had consumed everything that you had bought?
Ngabe unolwazi lokuthi konke lokho enakuthenga lotshwala naphuza bonke?
Hayi, ngicabanga ukuthi waphuza wona.
I don't think that it was consumed all.
In other words, we're supposed to see also the remaining alcohol that had not been consumed in the pictures that are depicted in court. Is that correct?
Kamanye amagama usho ukuthi befanele sibe nezithombe zamakani angakavulwa angakaphuzwa la ethombeni kunjalo.
Angithi obunye utshwala babugcinwe efridge.
Other alcohol was kept inside the fridge.
Okay, it's fine. So from the ones that you had consumed, they are not reflected before this court.
Lokho eniphuzile khona ke akuvezwa lapha phambi kwale nkantolo.
Yes.
That's correct.
And how will this court be able to know, to determine your state of sobriety if that evidence has now been removed, the evidence that was supposed to be showed before this court, for the number of cans that had been consumed by all of you inside the house?
So ke inkantolo izakwazi njani ukuthi yona ke ithatha isinqumo noma idetermine ke ngesimo sokuphuza kwengqondo zenu uma lamakane eniwaphuzile ke asusiwe angakhonjiswa angaboniswa lapha esithombeni?
Angazi ngaphendula ngithini lapho because bengingekho endlini kwenzeka yonke into besiphuthumisa usensibhedlela so ukuthi kwasala kwenzakalani endlini anginalo ulwazi.
I don't know how to answer that one because when that thing happened we were not inside the house. We have taken Senzo to the hospital, so I don't know.
I do understand that, but I want us to reason together on the position of the house and the condition of the house when you came back from the hospital after the empty cans had been removed. You understand?
Ngifuna ukuthi ke sikhulume ngesimo sendlu nesimo sayo ukuthi beyisesimeni esinjani ngesikhathi nibuya ke esibhedlela ke sekususwe lamanye amagama. Ngizosisa. Khuluma ngomlomo Nkosi yami.
Bese kugcwele masibuye esibhedlela.
Begqule ini mfana?
Don't go there. We're still in that house.
Sesekulendlu ungayilapho ufuna kuya.
Forget about people, many people were inside the house. We are still there in that condition of the house.
Kodwa ngabantu bebagqole endlini sise kulesimo sokuthi bekunjani endlini condition yini.
The true reflection of the number of cans that we have consumed is not reflected from the pictures that have been submitted before this court.
Indaba enkulu ukuthi ke amakane eniwaphuzile weqiniso eniwaphuzile nina ke akaboniswa kulesithombe lesi esilethwe la enkantolo njengofakazi.
Was already given.
Oh, thank you, my lord. I'll move on.
Yes.
And then at the time, when you yourself, by you, I mean you, Mr. Madlala, identified accused number 2, you had consumed alcohol.
Ngesikhathi wena ke
correct?
Baba Madlala ukhomba yena ummangalo wesibili ke noma identifier bophuzile kunjani?
Yes, bengiphuzile but bengibona kwenza.
Thank you.
Yes, but I could see what was happening.
And at that time, your faculties had been impaired. Your mental faculties had been impaired.
Ngalesikhathi leso kulandela ukuphuza kwakho ke umqabango wakho noma isimo sakho sengqondo ke besingasahlalisekanga kahle.
Angikwazi lo ngikuzwa ngawo.
I don't know about that. I'm hearing it just from you.
Don't worry, it's for the court to decide.
Ungahlupheki inkantolo ezathatha isinqumo lapho.
Okay.
And at the time, when you recognize the distance, remember the distance we have showed before this court, that it was the distance of the door which was used by the intruder to gain the entry inside the house. You remember that?
Yakhumbula ukukhuluma ngedistance ke ulinganisa ngomnyango ukuthi umsahleli wendlu ukuze akwazi ungene kuphi usakhumbula? Yes.
So that distance, that estimation also you gave it because you were able to measure it while you had consumed alcohol.
And nayo ke le estimation ye distance ukwazile ukuthi uyinikeze ngemva ukuthi so uphuzile phela utshwala.
Yes.
Yes.
How accurate is that distance?
Then ke yona le distance lo khuluma ngayo accurate kangakanani?
Or how accurate is that information that you gave to court?
Noma lo lwazi olunikezela enkantolo ke lona liqonde kangakanani, li accurate kangakanani?
Angisho before ngiphendule lo mphendule lo mbuzo. Bebenza lento kade isho ama estimation futhi again ukuthi estimate distance. So ngi-estimate le distance judging ukuthi bengivele ngisendlini phakathi.
Okay. Before I answer that question, let me say that even on that aspect, they required me or asked me to make estimations. So I was doing the estimations because I was inside the house.
Yeah, we know that. That's common cause that you were inside the house. But my question is, when you made this estimation, your mental faculties were impaired at that time, so this estimation cannot be correct.
Lalla kahle nkosami ngenxa ukuthi wawuphuza utshwala lama estimations bowanikeza ngesikhathi ke upha yona le distance le ngenxa yosimo sokuphuza utshwala isimo sakho somqabango noma sengqondo besingahlaliseka kahle besi impaired uyakuvuma lokho?
Angivumi nakho ngokwenzile nje.
I don't agree to that.
But it's
I've done that.
But it's wrong.
Kodwa kuyiphutha.
Angikwazi ukuthi kusho ngibili.
I don't know that
Because
it's
of
wrong. I just heard from you.
Before we move on to the crime scene, is it also correct that you had pictures for your best friend, which is the deceased in this case?
Ngaphambi kwesiye ku crime scene noma esigabeni senkundla yobugebengu la kwenzeka khona bonazo izithombe zomngane wakho lo best friend yakho.
Yebo nginazo. Namanje ngisenazo.
Even now I'm still in possession of them.
Which you had obtained them in good faith.
And ke uzithole ngesimo esikahle, good faith.
So ngesimo esikahle understand.
I don't understand your question if you are saying on good faith.
Yeah, you obtained them.
It means you did not, can you remove the photo please? That you did not obtain them because you had some devious plan around them or some funny plan around them. You just had them as a friend will attain a friend's pictures.
Lala kuthiwa ngamanye amagama le thombo ubenazo nje ngenhliziyo enhle hayi ukuthi kukhona okubi bohlosile ukuthi ukwenze ngakho nje ngazo le thombe uzithole nje ngomngani athola izithombe zomngane omunye.
Yes, ngithole yeah.
That's correct.
Yeah.
And then how come you gave those pictures for your best friend to the Netflix
Kuze njani ke le izithombe zomngane wakho
immediately after his death?
ze best friend yakho uzinikeza ku Netflix ngemva kokuthi ashone?
Kuze umfowabo ka Senzo. Uye wangicela ukuthi ngiba-assist bona baka Netflix.
Okay. Senzo's brother is the one who came who asked me to assist the people of Netflix.
Did he force you?
Forced it?
No, I'm for star.
No, it did not force me.
Were you paid for giving those pictures to Netflix?
Wakhokhelwa ukuthi unikeze le thombo ka Netflix?
Yes, because nganginqaba nazo bangikhokhelisa.
Yes, I was paid because I was refusing to give them.
How much were you paid, Mr. Madlala?
Ukhokhwele malini mnumzane Madlala?
Ngiyacabanga ukuthi naleyo nto bekakhona umezishulu ngiyiphendule izolo.
I think on that aspect, you were present here yesterday. I gave an answer to that question.
I did not ask you that question. This is my first time, and you are going to answer it.
Azange ubuze lo mbuzo lo. Kokuqala ngibuza nizophendula lo mbuzo.
How much were you given by Netflix to give out the pictures for your best friend who is the deceased in this case?
Bakhokhele malini laba ka Netflix ukuthi ukhiphe izithombe lezi zomngane wakho othembekile?
Since ngisenawo amanamba khona, I think ungakwazi ukuthi ngikunike ubafonele babuze lo cause ngeke ukuthi njalo mangenza into ngiyifaka imqondo njalo mangenza into should ungabuza kubona.
Because I'm still having their numbers, I'll hand them over to you so that you can ask them, because whenever I do something, I don't just keep it in my mind.
Okay, do you still remember?
Even the documents are still present.
Do you still remember, or you don't remember, how much you were giving to give out the deceased pictures?
Uyakhumbula noma ukhumbula ukuthi bakunike imali ukuthi ukhiphe le thombo zakhe umufi?
Angikhumbuli.
I don't remember.
And for the monetary value, you know, you breach that trust between you and the deceased. You gave out information about him to other people whom you did not know their interest.
Ngenxa yemali Nkosi yami uyeke wena ke lobudlelwano bakho naye ke umngane wakho umufi uyawumosha ngokuthi ukhiphe izithombe zakhe phela uzinikeze kwabanye abantu abangaziwayo.
Bengingelula ukuthi nginqabe makufika ilungu lomndeni wakaSenzo. Bengingelula ukuthi nginqabe.
It was not easy for me to refuse if a family member of Senzo's family come.
For what good?
Who is that? Who is that member?
Sorry.
Ubani lunga lelo?
Usifiso nomunye kuthi usiya ukhazini wakho naye wafika kimi.
That is Fiso and another cousin of theirs. His name is Sia. He or she also came to me.
Did they tell you the intention of getting those pictures from you?
Baye bakutshela inhloso yokuthi kungani bathola le thombe la kuwe bazozithatha?
No abangitshelanga.
No, they did not tell me the intention.
Did they tell you what they were intending to do with those pictures?
Baye bakutshela ukuthi inhloso yabahloso ukwenzani ngale thombe leso?
Ngoba ka Netflix.
Yes.
Yeah, bangitshela ukuthi bayenza documentary ngoSenzo so bacela ukuthi ngibanike ithombe lezi. If ungakhona ngathi mina ngeke ngizidedele le ithombe zakaSenzo. Then kwasekuza usiya noSifiso ke. Lethola ngizidedele khona.
They told me that they were making a documentary about Senzo, hence I refused to give them the pictures or photos. That is when Sia and Sfiso came. That's when I released them.
Did you share the money with Sfiso, with the Meyiwa's family, Sfiso and Senzo?
Sfiso and Senzo?
I think he said Sfiso.
Sia.
Sia, yes.
Yes.
Thank you for correcting. Did you share the money with them?
Uye wayisharisa imali nayo uSiya naye lo Sfiso laba bakaMeyiwa?
Ngoba kwenza kanje ngoba kwenze njani? Why ngizomela ngishare na?
Because what had happened, why should I share the money with them?
Ama picture
Answer
awami.
the question. We want to know if they also benefited here.
Phendula umbuzo sifuna ukwazi ukuthi ingabe nabo
You are asking questions again.
uyakhohle ukuthi ubuze umbuzo futhi Madlala.
Okay, I'm sorry. I think
I'm sorry my lord.
We want to know, Mr. Madlala,
I
the
think
people who benefited out of this project.
Sifuna ukwazi abantu ababenefitile kuyo le project.
Were you the only one to give this information, or as well as other members of the Meyiwa family?
Lala ke Nkosi yami ngaphambi kophendula nguwe wedwa obenefitile ngokhipha le ithombe noma abanye bomndeni kaMeyiwa nabo baye bathola ingcenye?
anginalo ulwazi lalo mhlambe usifisa ngaphendle ngoba naye ukhona kuleyo documentary so anginalo ulwazi lalo kuba benefitile or not na.
I don't have that knowledge if or information if they benefited or not. I mean, Sfiso will come and shed light about it.
Remember that was the second question. The first question was whether you,
Thank you, Madam.
out of the money you were paid, whether you shared any of them with members of the Meyiwa family.
Lala ke lo mbuzo wesibili oqala umbuzo wakho ubuthini uthi ingabe wena ke siqu sakho njengoMadlala le mali wayithola wayishare nabo laba bomndeni kaMeyiwa nabo? No.
So you are the only one who benefited.
So nguwe kuphela uzuzile.
According to your knowledge,
Kuya
according
ngolwazi
to your
lwakho.
knowledge, it's only you who benefited
Nguwe kuphela uzuzile.
from the pictures of your best friend.
Nguwe ozuzile eithombeni zomngane wakho lo best friend yakho?
Ngibe ngizuzile ithombeni zami ezikhamera yami. Yes.
Yes, I'm the one who benefited from the photos
You sold
from my
them.
camera.
You sold them for monetary value.
Uzithengisile ngenxa imali.
Angizithengisanga. Zange ngizithengise.
I did not sell them.
Do you refer yourself as a reliable friend to the deceased?
Uzibiza ukuthi wena ngumngane othembekile kuye umufi
Immediately after the death, after his death,
ngemva kokuthi ashone.
from your behavior, do you see yourself as a reliable friend to the deceased from the
Kusu-
things that you did?
Kusuke kuziphatheni kwakho uzibona njengomngane othembekile kuye umufi ngezenzo zakho.
Ya ngizibona ngumntwana othembekile mina ngangeke ngikwenze lokho ngakwenza ifamily yakho ama-family member akhona.
Yes, I see myself as a reliable friend. I was not going to do that myself, but the family members of the deceased, they are the ones who made me to do it.
But you were not forced.
kodwa bowungakaphoqelelwa nje.
Amakufika omunye nangelilanga kufika omunye futhi bona mhlambe leyo nto bayayazi izobasiza kupha ngithi this is why ngivumile.
If this one visits me on this day, the other one visits me on the other day, they themselves, they know that this thing is going to assist them when.
Don't be long in your answers.
Ungabi mude kwimpendulo zakho.
You were not forced.
Bowungaphoqelelwa.
Yes or no?
Kunjalo noma cha, kuthi bowuphoqelelwa noma azange uphoqelelwe.
Angiphoqwanga.
No, I was not forced.
That's the answer, Mr. Madlala. And it's also correct that you gave the information when you were being interviewed.
And kuyiqiniso ukuthi uye wanikeza information noma ingcukathi ulwazi ngesikhathi ubuzwa imibuzo
By
interviewer.
Netflix.
Ngesikhathi laba baka Netflix bakubuza imibuzo.
Yes.
That's correct.
And you gave information when this case was still being investigated.
Uye wanikeza information leqala lesaphenywa.
Yebo ngiyakwazi lokho.
Yes, I know about that.
Don't you think that you had compromised this case by giving that information that you gave to Netflix when this case was pending?
Awuqabanga ukuthi leqala libolo compromise ngokuthi unikeze lo lwazi lelo kibo baka Netflix leqala ke lesalindiwe ukuthi liqulule enkantolo?
Angicabanga kanjani.
I don't think so.
According to your own knowledge, have you ever had any case that is being opened in 2014 and it's only tried 8 years later?
Kuya ngolwazi lwakho ukwazi ukuthi likhona iqala elivulwa ngo2014 bese seliqoqwa ke iminyaka yi8 ngemva kwesikhathi ungapheli.
I don't know if the witness can comment whether it's a fair question to start with the witness. I think it's a matter for argument.
Wouldn't you regard him as a lay person where these things are concerned?
My Lord, I do understand, my Lord, as a fair person. If he's able, he can. But what I want to get from the witness, my Lord, it's the delay that has been taken in the investigation of this case. If he is aware that it has been prolonged.
All I'm saying is that the notion of delay is relative. And in this equation, it is only the
investigating
the
officer.
four of us. No, I mean even us here.
Yes.
We can express on the notions of delay or timelessness.
Or maybe can I just rephrase, my Lord, the question?
Yes.
Okay. Are you aware, Mr. Madlala, that the investigation in this case took more than 8 years?
Ngabe uye waqaphela mnumzane Madlala ukuthi uphenyo kuleli qala leli luthethe iminyaka edlula ku8?
Yebo ngiyakwazi lokho.
Yes, I do know about that.
And one of the reasons for that is because the investigation was compromised by the information that you gave to Netflix.
Isizathu salokho ukuthi ke obunye bofakazi buye ba compromise ngenxa yo information noma ulwazi wena Tumelo Madlala ulinikeze laba baka Netflix.
What is the basis for the question not to the witness?
Yes.
I'll withdraw the question, my Lord.
Yes.
After giving the information, okay, my Lord, can I just rephrase? Is it correct that you, together with all the witnesses who were inside the house, gave information regarding the identity of the intruders?
Ingabe kuyiqiniso ukuthi wena kanye nabo bonke bebakhona ngaphakathi endlini niye nanikeza ngayi i-identity yakhe umhlaseli noma intruder?
Can you repeat it? Can you repeat the question?
Sorry, my Lord, is it correct that all the witnesses you were with inside the house when the incident took place gave identity information regarding the intruders who entered the house, including yourself, including the witness, my Lord?
Umbuzo uthi baba Madlala ingabe kuyiqiniso ukuthi nina nonke benikhona phakathi endlini abofakazi bonke niye nanikeza ke ngazi ingcukacha noma i-ID yabo labo banihlasele lapha endlini
Science ID pirate also.
nanikeza information ngama-intruders lawa nihlasele lapha endlini yonke ningabufakazi kanye nawe ufaka phakathi
Sinikeza abantu.
giving that info to whom
To the police.
ninikeza amaphoyisa information leyo
Yes.
that's correct
And as a result of that information, it took about 8 years for the police to arrest the person who has been positively identified by yourself in particular in this case.
imiphumela lokho yenza ukuthi amaphoyisa athathe 8 years ukubopha yena lo muntu owenze lento kakhulukazi umuntu okhonjwe nguwe khuluma ngomlomo
Yebo.
yes
And having done that, you did not attend any identification parade wherein accused number 2 was present.
and kunjalo nje azange ade uye kukhomba noma i-ID parade lapho umangalo wesibili akhona khona
Yes, akazi ngenza ID pirate.
yes I've never done an ID parade
And you had not done any identification parade where all the accused before this court were present and you positively identified some of them.
and azange wenze yona ikhomba labasola bonke laba bakhona kiyo futhi khona lapho ukhomba umunye wabo
Yeah, ngikhomba omunye wabo ngikhozwa ekhona endlini.
uzwile umbuzo uthi azange u-attend i-ID parade noma ikhomba enye labasola bonke babakhona then bese ukhombe omunye kibo njengoba bakhona
Yeah, ngazi ngayi-attenda kayi-one ID pirate azange ngikhombe muntu kuyona.
I attended the ID parade once and then I did not point out anyone from that ID parade.
My Lord, I'm informed about the time. I don't know whether it's the correct time to adjourn now. Just one more question, my Lord, if I can be
Before
allowed.
that, okay, one more question.
Just one, my Lord.
Yes.
And from
Na
the,
umbuzo wokugcina ke Nkosi yami usuku lanamhlanje ne
and from the identity that you had given, from the beginning, after you had consumed alcohol and up to the station, you had not given any identity in respect of accused number 5 before this court.
kusuka kule ID leyo uyinikezile lokho ke uphuza utshwala kufika station azange kunikeze i-ID mayelana naye ke umangala lo wesihlanu phambi kwale nkantolo
Hayi ngiyaqala umbona kaze ngimkhombe.
it's the first time I see him I had never pointed him out
And you are surprised why he's here.
and then uyaqake kuyamangala ukuthi kungana la
Angazi kuthiwa la angazi anginalwazi lalokho.
I don't know why he's here I don't have knowledge about it
Very well, we'll continue from that tomorrow morning.
sizoqhubeka ngalokho kusasa ekuseni
Mr. Baloyi, maybe I forgot. In instances where accused persons are in custody, we tend to adjourn at 3:30. Can you remind me the reason why in this case in particular we are sticking to 3?
Certainly, my Lord. The request came from the correctional office, correctional services officers. They indicated that in light of the fact that some of the accused have to travel to the area of Johannesburg.
You don't have to disclose where they.
Yes, they encounter traffic on the way, and if we adjourn later than 3, they run into rush hour traffic, which poses then a security risk.
Just remember, whenever I ask questions, the responses should fall short of disclosing particulars around the movements of anyone.
Yes. As a case. It's purely, my lord, for traffic-related issues and safety issues.
May the accused rise. Due to the lateness of the hour, this case is postponed. It's postponed overnight to the 16th of November 2022 with the accused in custody. The matter is postponed for further hearing, Mr. Madlala. The same conditions still obtained.
Understood, my lord.
Right.